Hello, and welcome to another stream of Vampyr. Hey there, Viper. Welcome on in. How's it going? Hey there, Code. Round 3 indeed. Yeah. Or 4th. Yeah, so the last two streams ended abruptly because the game crashed and turned the stream off. So this is now a new part, on a new day though. On a new day, and the title for this part is a reference to the horror movie From Dusk Till Dawn, but I wanted to change it up a little bit, so I made it From Dusk to Dawn for this playthrough, and this will be the last stream. Getting close to finishing the game actually, when I had a look at where I was up to and all that kind of stuff.
There's one of them! Watch yourselves! Over there!
There's something I want to try. I was watching a video about tips and tricks and stuff, and there's a move that I want to see how much I can level it up to, which is the Shadow Mist. Place a cloud of shadows at the target's feet or yours. The cloud will explode after a short time, causing heavy damage. Code, is the Dusk Till Dawn the one that ends up at a picture having the bar at the top of a mausoleum? Anyway, plenty more where they came from. That's a good question, because there's two other movies. They did a sequel. Then they did a third movie, which was actually set in the Wild West era. And then they did a series later on that was based on the first movie. So I haven't seen... I don't remember that happening in the first or second movie. I haven't seen the third movie, and I haven't seen the series, so it might be possible. But there is a bar out in the desert that they go to, that they hole up in, that's actually been run by vampires.
Crush the leech, boys! Over there! Burn!
and I saw that there's the recipe for curing the remaining ailments that I don't have cures for as well, which is here. A strange formula. I'm surprised I actually got that on the first attempt, because I didn't really remember where I saw in the video that was located. So let's now break that strange formula down so we can get the recipe, for being able to cure other ailments that we couldn't before. A strange formula. This formula written on a piece of paper seems complex and needs to be analyzed. Okay, so we had some that we found, but we hadn't yet gotten the recipe for crafting our own. So I've already got a few. So I've got for 3 for headache, 1 migraine, and 1 neuralgia. Hello, Brutus. Welcome on in. Someone didn't go to work. Oh, really, Brutus? You're not feeling well, or was it like just an extra day off or something? Now to see how many people need to get different things. I'm going to open up a document here and make note of how many I need. So fatigue, 1, 2. Actually, I better go to do it in this order. Alright, so headache, we have 1. Two for headache, 3, 'Alright, so we need 3 for headache. But I've already got the amount that I need. Cool. Brutus, you feel great. You just didn't feel like getting out of bed at the time. Oh, well, that's fair enough, Brutus. Well, I hope that you can get a good day. Let's look for migraine. 1, 2, 3. 4. I think that's 4 for migraine. Just count again. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4. Alright, 4 for migraine. I've already got 1 made, so I just need to make 3 more for migraine. Alright, so next up. Cold. One. 2. So 2 for cold. I'll have to check to see how many I already might have. Brutus, work is really slow for the next few months, so the attendance policy is suspended. Oh, okay. So is there like a finite time that they've put on that attendance policy, or is it just a certain amount of time but not as many months or something? Or does it cover like the whole amount of months? Neuralgia 1. 2. 3. 4. 'Alright, so 4 for neuralgia. Okay, so need to count for how many fatigue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, shit, 13. There's 13 people suffering from fatigue amongst the patients. Pneumonia. Brutus, when your next big job starts up in June, you'll be expected to show up. Oh yeah, so that's definitely a fair amount of time. Yeah, February, March, April, May, June. Hey Sheila, good morning. Welcome on in. Happy bloody Thursday indeed. Thank you very much for joining. It's going well, thanks Sheila. I'm going through the characters that we've met and seeing what ailments they have, and going to cure some of them, but I'm going to be killing some of them as well, even if I haven't got their XP to full for all of them, because I'm looking to finish the game in this stream. Hey Ronnie, welcome on in. How's it going? Ronnie, time to get a gun, or as we would say in Cali, stay strapped. Yeah. Oh, you've got a headache? This will fix it forever. Great Scott, it's dark. This is heavy.
Great Scott, it's dark. This is heavy.
Hey Linus, welcome on in, dude. Thank you so much for redeeming those. How's it going for you? Let's see how many for pneumonia. I think there was only 1. There's also anemia, but I think there was only 1. Maybe there was 2 for that. Pneumonia, 1 for that. Any takers for anemia? There's 1. Anemia. Alright. So, now what I need to do is have a look at which characters I'm going to allow to live and which ones we're going to take. going really well, thanks, Lattice. I've had a couple of game crashes when streaming this game, though, which have ended the stream automatically because of the software for the PlayStation 5, making it so that when the game crashes, your stream stops too. So I had that actually happen twice. But I had a good amount of hours for each stream, though, so that worked out well in that regard. Alright, so Booth Digby. I'm going to put in the embrace list. So Booth Digby. Edwina Cox. Seymour Fishburne. Ichabod Throgmorton. Sorry, Ackroyd. Sorry, Joe Peterson. Benjamin Palmer. Albert Palmer. Cadogan Bates. There's a lot of people I'm going to be embracing in this. But some I'm leaving be. Charles Jerome. There we go. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 characters that I'm willing to kill in this game to be able to increase the XP. Some of those I'll still see if I can actually get their blood quality up by finding a clue, but I'm going to go Scorched Earth in that sense in this stream and not really care about certain characters. So, but there are ones I'm going to let live as well. Alright, so now what I need to do is see how much of each thing I've got. Alright, so we got one treatment for neuralgia. I've only got one, so I need to make 3 more. I've got one for migraine, so I need to make 2 more. Got one for pneumonia, and that's all I need. Treatment for sepsis, haven't come across someone who needs that yet. Treatment for headache, I've got 3 already, which is what I need. Bronchitis, no one's afflicted by that at the moment. Treatment for cold, I've already got one, so I need to craft another. Anemia, just need one, I've got one. And fatigue, I need 12 more. Now I may not have all the ingredients needed for this, but let's have a look at what we can do. So headache, I need... Actually, it's probably best first to look at which characters I'm going to embrace. That I didn't think of that till now. Because there's no point making cures for a character that I might... Oh... I don't know, I'll work off the list of people I want to actually help. So, need 1. Two. 3. Okay, so the 3 that I want to heal the headache for is what our characters I want to let live. Fatigue, though, let's have a look. Which characters are suffering from fatigue that I'm going to embrace? Actually, be beneficial for all of them, actually. Yeah, I'll just stick to the plan. Code, he's a face hugger. Gotta watch out for face huggers. Of that. Cold, 1 of that. Bronchitis. Pneumonia, 1 of that. Already got 1. Treatment for headache, 3. Treatment for migraine, need 2, so I'll make 1 more. And neuralgia, 3, so I need to make 2 more. But I can't. Okay, so ergotamine and opium. Here we go. Let's recycle this. Alright, so let's see. Neuralgia. Need 2 more. There we go. Hey, Mr. Gote. How's things going, dude? Welcome on in.
Back in the grave, you! Stupid newborn! I'll send you back to the grave!
Good evening.
Mr. Gote, you going good? You've been chilling out playing Dead Space. Oh, nice, dude. The original or the remake? I'm glad to hear that you're going good.
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice of you, Doctor.
If you persist...
Thank you.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Okay, he's one of the characters we're letting live.
Pay me a glass.
Same with Christina.
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind?
Do you need any assistance, Miss?
It depends on...
I am...
Forgive me.
Goodbye, Miss.
Joe Peterson, he's going to be embraced, but not yet.
You again?
Mr. Gote, yeah, you're playing the remake, taking a break from isolation. The alien is starting to get to you a tiny bit. Oh, that's fair enough, dude. What part of the game did you get up to in Alien Isolation? And I need to play the original Dead Space, because that's one that I haven't played for the first time. Same with the sequels as well. There's another hint required, so I wonder where the final hint for him is.
Can I offer you?
Keep your men.
There is a...
All right.
Goodbye.
Fancy butt.
You never... Do you need help?
To be honest,
I don't...
really?
Goodbye.
I should never have taken up my
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure. Sure. Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
So,
I'm not bothered.
have you any recent news?
Nobody dead.
Goodbye, young man.
I'm not...
Do you need...
Yes, I do.
You'll...
I'm not...
Good...
Even my dreams are so...
Mr. Gote, save yourself some time with the OG games. The remakes look better and sound better, and you'll save yourself some time. 2 and 3 are going to be remade as well, but if you want to get the older ones, do it like this, and buy Dead Space 1 remake, then 2 and 3 are the older ones. Oh, that's fair enough, Mr. Gote, yeah. Sometimes, though, I prefer to play the original, if I can, so that then I can get a little bit of an idea of what people who are fans of the first one experienced.
cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid. You're late. Where's my money?
Mr.
Evening.
Have you heard...
Not really.
Have you heard anything about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Not really.
A man such as yourself, knee-deep in the muck of Whitechapel, must know more. Speak now.
Heard it closed after the owners died. Refugees don't want to come to Whitechapel no more. Scared, I hear.
You sound disappointed.
As long as she was there at the dispensary, it attracted more immigrants and kept my place full. Such a shame.
How are conditions in Whitechapel at present?
The way this sickness is spreading, I don't think there'll be enough new bloods to replace those tenants I'm losing from this bloody thing.
Since I took an...
I'm all right.
Goodbye, Mr. Bates.
Mr. Gote, Chapter 5, you made it up to in Alien Isolation. You're not on easy mode either, or novice. Yeah, novice, easy, medium, hard, then nightmare. Well, it's good that you're not playing on nightmare mode, because nightmare mode is definitely very, 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 very time consuming. Plus, I think that alien hangs around you a lot longer per encounter as well. Or at least it felt like it at the time.
Good evening, Mr. Nithercott.
And good evening to you too, my good sir.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
I imagine we are all part of some nightmare without beginning nor ending. If only the dreamer could awake.
You don't really make a living from your scribblings, do you, Richard?
No, sir, I don't. I work so hard. I put all my time, my energy, my devotion into the precise carving of words.
When she was younger, my mother was a painter and a poet. She told me many times how poor her artist friends were, and how she helped them.
My parents pay for my rent, my food, and my clothes. All I have to give them in return is lies they do not believe.
You seem embarrassed.
Someday I hope to proudly offer my first publication to my parents. Until that day, I'll remain the failure of a son they have to support.
Well, I think we got all the clues for him, but I'm going to let him live.
Do you need medical?
It may be what... The nutrition of my mind is more important than my physical health, but I appreciate...
Be right back.
I'll leave you alone.
You look so pale, my lord.
The wet boots will be...
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now...
Do you need assistance?
Please.
There you go.
Very fun.
Goodbye. Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help?
I'm afraid not.
How are conditions in Whitechapel these days?
I hear gunshots every night. It's just like the war in the trenches, Doctor. I can't stand it.
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
I can...
War.
I...
Good evening.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
When people buy guns instead of medication, it means they have already traded hope for fear in their hearts. In my book, that's never a good thing, Doctor.
You look ill, Miss Swanborough.
I'm perfect.
Goodbye.
Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
Good evening, sir. It's me again.
Leave me alone, I say, whoever you are.
It cannot be safe for a blind man to live here alone. Let me enter, sir. I swear I mean you no harm.
Well, a voice never lies, and yours clearly is the voice of a gentleman. All right, Doctor, come on in.
What kind of gentleman pays visits to people at this late hour?
Loot first, talk later. Vampires feed on our soul. Vampires drink our blood, but they feed on our soul. How could we believe that any man or woman killed by these foul creatures, bitten by their filthy mouths, could then be accepted in heaven? No, their bodies have been defiled, and their souls have been corrupted. Their place is now in hell, with the legions of blood-sucking demons. Vampires feed on our souls. Clarence Crossley. For more information, please contact me directly.
Wandering in this part of town at night, you're either brave or a fool.
It's locked, all right.
So what is the name of my nocturnal visitor?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reid. As I already explained to you, I'm inquiring about the epidemic.
Dr. Reid? The eminent surgeon? My God, I'd never have expected a brilliant physician like you to knock on my door.
You flatter me, sir.
No, sir, I am flattered. I read all your work when I still had my sight. I loved it. I'm Mason Swanborough, by the way.
And what else have you learned about me, Mr. Swanborough?
I know you assisted Professor Carell in France, and that you invented a new blood transfusion method based on his work.
Yes. Those were frustrating but exciting days. I loved it.
Yes, the thrill of research and discovery. This is what drives people like us, Dr. Reid. Oh, how I envy you.
Does someone take care of you in this isolated place?
My sister Loretta and I have our daily routine. Every morning and evening she comes by so we can talk and eat. Then she leaves and I stay.
Do you not appreciate your sister's visits?
Loretta is the best and worst thing that happened to me. And I believe she could say the same thing about me.
Where does your sister go?
Well, let's just say, she earns enough money for us both.
What's so amusing about that?
I won't hide the truth from you. Loretta sells a fake miracle elixir to the sick people of Whitechapel.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
I hear them hissing and scratching at my door every night. The sick made mad by the fever. But these walls are thick, and my lock is solid.
Do you know Braille, Mr. Swanborough?
I'm no expert, but I learned it in my spare time, yes. Why?
I found a strange document entitled Cure for Blindness. It's written in Braille, so I thought perhaps it was yours.
Really? Is that some kind of sick joke? Let me see.
Here it is.
This letter seems authentic. And it actually refers to an experimental cure for blindness. You have piqued my interest, Dr. Reid.
Could it be of any use to you?
No. This page is just a part of a larger diary. I'd be glad if you could find the other pages.
I found another page of the diary, Mr. Swanborough.
This diary is still not complete. The man who wrote it claims he is a member of some scholarly brotherhood called the St. Paul's Stole.
Really? I've heard of them. Very capable scientists. Perhaps the man who wrote this really found a cure.
I would need more pages to figure it out, but it's as promising as it is intriguing.
Here is another page of the diary we were talking about.
Ah, now we're talking. Ingredients, dosages, dangers, and side effects. This is it.
Is the diary complete now?
No. The author tested his work in a hidden laboratory. We must find out where it was. Please, find me more pages, Doctor.
You seem unwell, sir. Do you need my assistance?
Actually, I feel worse than usual. Can you give me something?
Yes. I can give you a little something that has been proven effective.
Thank you, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Swanborough. I'll leave you now.
Wandering in this part of town at night, you're either brave or a fool.
Loretta's letter. Dear brother, this is the apology letter you'll never read, for you've lost your sight because of me. I know you hate me for what I did, even if you never say so. We don't talk much in the Swanborough family, do we? So to clear my conscience, this is my bravest gesture toward you, to write you this letter and to leave it in your laboratory. If you ever find it and ask about it, I'll read it to you. If someone else reads it, well, as I wrote above, this is my bravest gesture. So Mason, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I did and for the hell you've been thrown into. I'm sorry you're now a blind man trying to find a meaning to your useless life. If I could change one thing, only one thing in my miserable life, it would be what happened 1 year ago. I swear it, Mason. If I could give my eyes for you to see again, I would. But it does not work that way, does it? So please, my brother, forgive me. Loretta. I thought I had all the diary pages, but obviously not.
What kind of gentleman pays visits to people at this late hour?
This is my territory. You cannot win this.
Hang on. Bring back the Braille notes to Mason, 4 of 4.
Good
Maybe I
evening,
had to
Mr.
exit
Swan.
first and
Is
then
it
go
you,
back.
Dr. Reid? What kind of gentleman pays visits to people at this... What can I do for you, Doc?
Oh, unless I had to go to Loretta. Oh no, hang on.
Why does your sister feel so guilty about what happened to you?
Because she knows I'll never forgive what she did to me.
You run an illegal business with someone you hate?
I don't hate my sister. She looks after me, we have a good time. But I'm just not ready to forgive her.
Goodbye, Mr.
What kind of gentleman pays visits to people at this late hour?
Excellent!
Still got to get the hang of that move. Only just activated it today. Stuck on the fucking environment. Tried to move away before that happened, but got stuck on a tiny little bit of corner of this. A vampire getting stuck on a little bit of something.
You!
Hey Anasune, how's it going?
Its effectiveness has been proven.
Goody.
Loretta, why do you feel so guilty about your brother?
I don't expect him to forgive me. All I can do is make amends for what I did.
By making him a crook and a criminal. What if somebody decides to make him pay for your scam?
Mason is totally capable of defending himself. Just leave us be. We're perfectly fine.
I know how guilt feels between a brother and sister. Are you sure you're not trying to ease your own remorse?
Mason wants to be useful, can you understand that? And chemistry is his passion. And the Swanborough cordial gives him a purpose in life.
Loretta, your miraculous formula wouldn't even cure a common cold, and you know it.
The Swanborough's cordial's secret ingredient is hope, Doctor. And it's something people around here really need.
A placebo effect is real and has benefit. But in your case, you could be murdering your customers who may die because they are not receiving the necessary medical attention.
Medical attention? In Whitechapel? Trust me, my cordial is the best option they have, since it is the only one.
Reminds me of Starrick's soothing syrup in Assassin's Creed Syndicate.
Well, as it is a placebo of sorts, perhaps it may have some positive effect.
See? You have to admit I'm doing some good. The Swanborough family is not poisoning anybody, Doctor.
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough.
Anasune doing good, just finished Watch Dogs. Managed to do that impossible hack at the end of the game, which came as a bit of a surprise to you. Impossible hack? Is that some kind of Easter egg or something? Because I don't remember there being something like that was impossible. But maybe I just didn't know it as that. Sometimes when things have alternate names, I don't remember. Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. The one where we unlock the building, the puzzle. Yeah, I mean, I assume, but that's just part of the story. Unless there's something else that's different. Oh, that one Anasune. I see what you mean now, yeah. Yeah, I thought there was something different that I might have missed. That's not something that you do as part of the story. Anasune, did you know you could beat it? Because I sure didn't. Well, I've finished the game a few times, and if it's part of the story, I never thought it was impossible to do. But it is difficult, though, because you've got to be quick.
Good evening, Mr.
Is it you? Tell me, how do you see the world these days? What can I do?
Your sister seems to believe this miracle elixir business is somehow doing you good.
Loretta believes that keeping busy is what I need to be happy.
And is she wrong?
My sister is wrong about almost everything. But as long as she thinks she's in charge, she can be nice.
Goodbye, Miss.
What kind of gentleman pays...
Alright, game. What am I missing with this? Bring back the Braille notes to Mason. We've done that. Alright, so we are missing one. Okay.
visits to people at this late hour?
It's annoying when games don't number
It's locked.
their things correctly to indicate to the player whether or not they've already gotten that. Like, if you have... See how it says bring back the Braille notes to Mason, 4 of 4? That to me indicates that I've already gotten all 4 of those and I've given them to him. But I really need to get the 4th one, so the game should really put 3 of 4, not 4 of 4. Doesn't make sense. To me, anyway. Hello, Shin. How's things going?
Hello again. I know you understand. Tell me, Camellia, how are things now the dispensary is closed? Very well.
Shin doing well, picked up the Marcos storyline achievement in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Oh yeah. Went and found him again and did more of the quests with him. Everybody benefits. This final note could be anywhere. So I'm just going to abandon that and go back to focusing on the characters. Alright, so it is time to take care of Joe Peterson. Shin almost got killed by his poisoned wine. That is so funny, that part.
Peace of mind. Can't you just look the other way this way?
You again?
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid. Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
My son. Who will take care of him? Was I a good father?
You never... Goodbye.
There's games on your backlog, Shin? Nice. I've liked it. I'll be playing it again, for sure, in the future.
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure.
I understand it was interesting, though, since you ended up getting different dialogue, which I thought was cool. It was only a line or two, but still. Yeah, I'm just confused, because I don't ever remember there being alternate dialogues in that part of the game. Yeah, I just don't recall. Because it's part of the story, you have to do it.
Is there only pain and suffering?
So unless there's some minuscule difference that you have to do to make different dialogue, I wasn't aware.
So,
I'm not bothered.
You and your father have a difficult relationship, Harry. Tell me, did he ever hurt you?
No, never. My father can be brutal and rude, violent even. But he never touched an hair on my head.
What is going on between you two then?
It's his job, if you can call it a job. He bullies people. Men and women we know, like poor Mr. Lewis. It's just not right.
Goodbye, young man.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
It's implied that his real father is actually the Barrett guy, who I'm letting live.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
Shin, you have 3 vampire games you need to play: Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, Vampire the Masquerade Redemption, and Vampire. Yeah, I had one of those Vampire Masquerade games on PC. It was one of the 90s ones. But I can't remember the name of it though. Understand there are 2 ways it can go. The first is you fail and T-Bone leads you around the city to make it easy to hack. The second is you get through it first try. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize. I always thought that you were supposed to fail it and then have to go around to each individual thing. Alright, so that's Whitechapel. Let's go to the docks. Shin got some good news about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It will not be on the PS5 for 1 year. It will only be a PS5 exclusive until June. Okay. So what were you going to get it on? Oh, you're going to get it on PC, I see. You hope it has save game import. Who knows? Do they do that between console and PC releases? Shin, it's not limited to console or PC, it's dependent on the game itself, is it? I see. Hey there, Star. My day's been going good, thanks, Star. Things have been going well. How's yours going? Or how was yours? Because it's probably early morning for you at the moment. How was your previous day?
Not a good... Steady, boys! We've got one of them here!
Star, it was good, felt a little crappy, but all in all good. Oh, really, Star? Well, I hope you feel better soon, though. It's not good when you have, a crappy day. I mean, that's if, you know, it's, yeah, so you felt a little crappy, yeah. So hopefully you feel better soon.
Good evening.
Hello again.
You still use your husband's name, Edwina. Why is that?
Why shouldn't I? He may be a bloody bastard, but I'm still his wife and his name means something round here.
Are you aware of what happened to him?
Yes. I'm sure he fought till the end and looked death in the eyes. The boys will mourn him. Except one of them, maybe.
What can you tell?
I'm a bit...
gang member?
If you're...
I'm not interested.
Fair enough.
Since my...
That's exactly...
Oh, hang on. It was something I hadn't heard before. That sound effect.
Goodbye.
What the hell, game? This sound effect. I will have to put up with it.
Good evening.
Hello again.
What can...
I'm a business...
gang member...
If you're in...
What can you tell me about your work?
I'm a businesswoman. I buy and sell things, and I send my wet boot boys after anyone who don't play nice with me.
Gang member and shopkeeper. Can't be easy running double shifts.
If you're interested, I may find use of a doctor who can freely walk across the city, you know.
I'm not interested in a career in the criminal underworld, Miss Cox.
Fair enough. Stay away from us then, if you don't want to get hurt or worse.
Since my return from the war, I don't feel that concerned by threats, knives, or even bullets, if you must know.
That's exactly what that stupid trade unionist claimed after he attacked one of us. Booth and I reminded him a bullet beats words every time.
Really? We'll see about that. Star, you have an exposed nerve from a chipped tooth that's causing you severe pain, but you're still alive and kicking. I absolutely hate nerve pain, especially when it's to do with like teeth and things like that too. Like, give me earaches any day. Like, when I was a kid, I suffered from earaches a lot. But as an adult, I got so used to having earaches as a kid that when I get an earache now, it's like, oh yeah, it's just like having like a sore throat or something. I can still function, you know. But yeah, when it comes to teeth though, toothaches and nerve pain is like, ugh.
Tell me about the man you and Booth killed, Edwina.
The bastard killed one of us and received retribution. There's nothing else to say.
And your conscience is clear. You kill without hesitation.
Violence is an efficient tool, Dr. Reid, when used properly.
So you decide who lives and who dies, just like that.
Yes, Doctor. Just like that. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying it's my way of dealing with troublemakers.
What happened exactly?
I don't know, and I don't care. One of ours was killed by that communist bastard, but he didn't brag for long.
So you have no idea what really happened, but you executed him anyway.
No one messes with the wet boot boys, Doctor. This is our territory, and this is our law.
Excellent. We've learnt all we need to learn about Edwina, so we're going to be getting 5,000 XP when we deal with her.
Goodbye, Miss.
You again. What do you want?
Star, strong meds help, though you hate having to take pills for pain management. Yeah, well that's the thing, like, I kind of, like, I don't like to get used to the, you know how you can, you can get used to the medication so much that it doesn't really have much of an effect anymore. Like, I like to sort of pace it, so I might go a day putting up with the pain and then, start to have some stuff. And then, after that day, then figure out, do I want to, just suffer for the rest until it's, until it's over, or what?
Tell me about the man you killed, Booth. What happened?
One of us had been killed, so we had to retaliate. That's the whole story.
There has to be more to it than that.
No, really. One of us got killed, so the killer had to die. That's how things have always been done round here. No one gives a shit.
Don't you see it's an endless spiral? One day, it will be you who will be stabbed, or shot, or worse.
That's what my sweet Edwina always says, that one day I'll get it too. But she says it with the most beautiful smile, my Edwina.
Alright, and we're going to get 4,000 XP from him. Star, you try to stick with ibuprofen, but sometimes you need stronger. That's fair enough too as well. Because just sometimes it gets to that point where it's like too much.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
Seymour? See if we can find something else about him.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Because he's also someone that we're going to embrace in this area.
Evening, Mr.
Honestly, when there's something where it's intended you lose or fail, you think it's pretty cool when games just make it really hard rather than going, nope, screw you, and making it impossible no matter what. Yeah, it's cool that they have like an alternate way for the player to achieve what they set out to do or what they need to do as well.
Are you worried about the Senator?
I never really...
Is any
gunshot?
So long... Good evening, Mrs.
Of course. Does grow eyes in the back of that head, sir. What can I do for...
Aren't you...
Hi.
Goodbye, Miss...
Does grow eyes in the...
Alright, so let's get to it. With Booth Digby and Edwina Cox. We're going to take them out both. Alright, first, Booth Digby.
Someone's playing a right strange game.
You again. What do you want?
My sweet queen, who will protect you from yourself? Will you cry for me?
Warning leaflet. West Enders must unite. Do not let them fool you. Do not let them control you. They are amongst us. They lust after your soul. Vampires are real. Defend your community. This public warning leaflet has been financed and distributed by Mr. C. Crossley. For more information, please contact him directly and attend his next public lecture. That's him dealt with.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again.
Goodbye, Miss.
I want to see what she says about Booth dying. Star, Weena Cox, what? Where was that? Star sounded like one of their last names that you said, maybe just hearing shit. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I don't know. Now we see the fruits of our labours. Alright, so Booth Digby has been embraced. Booth Digby, 34 years old, male, a smuggler who rose through the ranks of the Wet Boot Boys thanks to his relationship with Edwina Cox, wife of the gang's leader. Booth was deeply in love with her and was a willing subject to her whims. He murdered Jack Gillingham at her command without even a second thought. Mr. Digby was a pragmatic man with great concern for his safety, and he tried to leave the Wet Boot Boys for a more secure job. He failed to persuade Edwina to follow him, and ended up staying in the gang in case she left him. He was among the few who could sense the wicked changes in London and was convinced of the presence of supernatural creatures. Unsurprisingly, he couldn't convince anyone of their existence. He died filled with self-pity and disdain for his own weakness. His final words were for Edwina. We got 4,000 from him. Joe Peterson, 44 years old, male, also known as the Colossus. A veil covered his memories of Mr. Peterson before his arrival in Whitechapel. I discerned the death of his wife and the mind-breaking sadness that came with it. But what came before was nothing but blurred pain and repressed anger. What came after wasn't any better. Mr. Peterson moved house with his son Harry in search of renewal. However, he couldn't find any other job than that of lackey for the Wet Boot Boys. Working for the gang, he bullied his neighbours into paying inflated taxes. Mr. Peterson had since looked for a cleaner employment, but his reputation was established and all doors remained closed. His son resented him for this, and the two men were divided, though they depended on each other. When killed, Mr. Peterson called for his son and implored his forgiveness. Oh, Cox. Okay, now, you knew a Cox in high school. Oh, did you? It's funny. It's funny when that happens with character names. Let's see what Edwina has to say, if anything, about her lover's death.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Look who's back after Booth's butchery. Still visiting the docks at night, Dr. Reid.
Are you referring to Mr. Digby? He seemed a decent man, despite his profession.
Yes, he was a decent man. Too soft, maybe. They are all gonna pay for this.
So she thinks it's not us. Someone else.
Tell me, Edwina, have you reconsidered Booth's fear of monsters, considering his mysterious death?
He should have learnt to shoot first, rather than chasing ghosts around. What a clumsy leader he was. But I'll miss him, nevertheless.
Are you really going to seek revenge for Mr. Digby's death?
I've never been so sure of anything. Since the real murderer will never be found, I'm gonna punish everyone.
Violence breeds violence. Don't you see, sooner or later you will become the target, in retaliation for all you've done.
So you finally understand how things work around here. Good. Now stay out of my way.
I'll leave you to your planning and scheming, Miss Cox. Hello again.
Yeah, what do you... Bastard. Bloody bastard. First Booth, then me. You tricked us good.
Star, Edwina has been embraced as well as her lover.
So few clients. What would he
You're
ever
still
get
working at this hour?
Go outside.
That's what I call dedication.
Do you require medical...
I'm fine, sir.
Goodbye,
I should have offered a drink to the boy. Beak.
Welcome back.
Do you need any... Indeed.
Oh, thank...
Goodbye.
Star, embraced, huh? She's a vampire now? You never played this? No. No, in this game, there's only some story characters that you can choose to turn into a vampire. But these other characters that you talk to and heal and stuff, you just kill them. Edwina Cox, embraced. Edwina Cox, 37 years old, female, the embodiment of might makes right, supposedly married to Clay Cox, leader of the Wet Boot Boys gang. Mrs. Cox was quick to discard her wifely facade when Mr. Cox disappeared from the docks. With the support of her devoted lover, Booth Digby, she rose to be the true leader of the gang and ruled its members with an iron fist. Her crusade to strengthen the Wet Boot Boys led her to have Jack Gillingham murdered by Mr. Digby, under the sole suspicion that the man had killed a gang member. She acted as a merchant to observe how the district evolved with her own eyes and kept Mr. Digby around to carry her many errands. Although his constant fear of monsters was starting to get on her nerves, she died filled with hate and insults, yet I felt no regrets in her. Code, well shite, this office chair's gut spring is starting to give out. 14 years in use. Check the local shop sites, and new chairs around 300 to 400. Those that should last models also have to get you a new bed, as the old one has been also breaking down like a year. Lovely 1,000 money's easy. That really sucks, Code. You know, like, it's ridiculous too sometimes when it's cheaper to get something to replace it than it is to actually fix it. But that is a lot of money to have to budget for. Yes, very pleasant. We play as a doctor who became a vampire, and the districts have an overall health status, which is over on this side, and each individual character within each district has their own health. If you want to actually get the most XP from a character, you need to make sure that you get all the hints about that person. So for example, with Sabrina, we've only got 2 out of the 4 hints. So we only get 2,100 XP if we were to choose to kill Sabrina. If we get all of the clues about the character, then we'll get the maximum XP for them if we decide to kill them. But you don't have to kill them. And these choices have effects on not only the district and the overall health of the district, but also sometimes on the story itself as well. Don't get a purple mattress, they suck, or according to your dad, they suck. Oh, really? Don't get that color mattress. Star, a brand of mattress. Oh, it's a brand, is it? Okay. I thought it was just like anyone in general that's that colour. Purple.
Good evening, Mr. Kimura.
Good evening.
Star, but yeah, your dad has a bad back, had a hernia, all sorts of aches, and he hates that he wasted money on that. So your mattress and the kids' mattresses are softer. Oh, that's understandable, Star. Yeah, that can be definitely rough as well, because it affects so much movement, also like sleeping and stuff like that.
Have you heard of Aloysius Dawson?
Poor man. To die rich and alone, that was my plan for years. Money was the only currency I valued. Now I've started to realize it's not a life worth living.
Do you need medical assistance, sir?
Don't believe that I'm the kind of man with a fragile constitution. But I'm afraid my imprisonment has done more harm than I thought.
There is no need to be ashamed. We are all equally vulnerable to this disease.
Yes. I know now life is as precious as it is fragile.
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura. Take care.
Star, you want a mattress from the Cosmopolitan from Vegas? Those mattresses you loved could sink in like a cloud. That's the kind of mattress that is definitely great. You know, it gives you a good night's sleep. And also when you wake up as well, having benefits too.
Good evening, Miss Ashton.
And good evening.
What is your opinion of Aloysius Dawson?
I'm sure you did what you had to without him suffering more than he deserved. I'm not sure I'd have been so merciful.
Do you need my medical attention, Charlotte?
Indeed. Unlike you and my mother, I can still become ill.
Oh, you cannot imagine how relieved I'd be to catch a cold again.
My mother once told me the same thing. I sometimes wonder if she's forgotten what it feels like to be ill.
Goodbye, Charlotte.
She's been...
Even someone you're close to.
Good evening, old chap.
I won't.
Have you any news about Aloysius Dawson?
He was aware of many things, many secrets. It's obvious a vampire assassin must have got to him. He knew too much.
Do you realize you are ruining your family, Clarence? Don't you see the risk here?
Money isn't important. Not important when it is a matter of life and death. That is what my dear Venus cannot understand.
I can't believe I'm telling you this, but if warning people is that important to you, why not choose a more efficient way to spend your money?
Don't you think I tried? I knocked at every door, went to every bank, I even tried to be published. No, Jonathan. This is a one-man war.
People will laugh at you, if they don't already. Think about your wife and your position. Think about your future.
I understand my wife's embarrassment, but Gossips don't kill, vampires do. There'll be no future if people don't open their eyes.
Clarence, why have you distributed leaflets about vampires all across the West End?
I have to warn everybody about them. They've killed thousands of people already, unnoticed thanks to the epidemic. We are all in danger here.
Vampires in London? Come on, Clarence. Who's going to believe that?
I'm not mad, Jonathan. You have to believe me. I know they are real. They're all around us, even as we speak.
One's even right in front of you.
Clarence, you've always been a reliable and a good friend to me. If you say you saw a vampire, then I believe you.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you for your trust. You don't know what that means to me.
It's all right. But if you want my help, you have to explain exactly what happened.
The first time it was in Rouen. I saw an officer drink the blood of a soldier. I saw its teeth. Saw it bite. It was a vampire, Johnny, and they're here too.
Clarence, tell me about the vampire you saw in France.
I was enjoying my leave in Rouen. I left the bar, took a shortcut back to the barracks. I saw it in a back alley. An officer in a stained uniform, biting into a soldier's neck.
Did you ever see that officer again?
No. He wore the uniform of the Royal Warwickshire Regiment. I did some research, but found no trace of him. He probably stole it from a previous victim.
But you were drunk, weren't you? Are you sure these two men were not just kissing?
Please don't insult me, Johnny. I hid, and I saw him leave. Then I saw the body, drained of all blood. I've seen the same marks here in London since I've returned.
Tell me what you have discovered about vampires, Clarence.
They've always been here. And if you search for long enough, you realize others know about these devils too. I'm not alone.
Have you shared your research with anybody else?
No. But I've published my leaflets all across the city, hoping that someday someone will realize I'm printing the truth.
What do you mean you're not alone? Who have you met?
The Guard of Prewyn. The Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole. Ichabod Throgmorton. Those names always pop up when you dig deep enough.
Have you spoken with any of them?
No. With the quarantine, it's almost impossible to leave the West End. But as a doctor, maybe you could, Johnny.
Are you asking me to help you prove the existence of vampires, Clarence?
Yes, Johnny. Please, gather all the information you can find about vampires and bring it to me. You're the only friend I have left. I need you.
Venus is poisoning you, Clarence. She wants you dead.
So she really hates me that much now. My poor wife. I had no idea my research would drive her to such extremes.
I'm sorry, Clarence.
Why would you tell me that? First you returned from the dead, and now you tell me my wife is trying to murder me.
You're a stupid bastard, but you're my friend, Clarence. And I don't have many left. I don't want you to die. Not like that.
But I love her. I love my wife. Did I make her suffer that much? Have I become such a burden?
So you have no suspicions about her at all? Nothing in Venus's behavior has seemed odd since you returned?
Frankly, it's my behavior that's been odd. Ever since I got back from the war, she accuses me of being paranoid and delusional.
Do you need medical assistance, Clarence?
It's a little late for visiting hours, don't you think?
What can I say? I haven't lost my old habits.
I hope we're talking about the same habits, old friend.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
Nobody takes him seriously.
Star, paranoid and delusional. Nah, man, you've seen shit she hasn't. Yeah. Saw with his own eyes.
Hello, Venus.
Hello, Jonathan. I'm so sorry for your loss, Jonathan. What do you need from me?
Have you any recent news of Aloysius Dawson?
It's not such a bad thing for rich people to remember that money can't protect them from disease and death.
What do you think about Clarence squandering his fortune on his obsession?
Soon we'll be poor, and forced to sell the house. Where will we go? In which filthy, infected part of town will we end up? I'm so afraid.
Why do you and your husband argue so much?
He is not the kind man I married and loved. He is obsessed now. Obsessed with chimeras. I feel trapped. It just makes me want to scream.
Tell me about Clarence's obsession with vampires.
It drives me so crazy it makes my stomach hurt. I was so relieved to have him back. But I quickly realized he'd lost his mind in France.
I understand your irritation, Venus. But you have to accept the trauma Clarence endured on the battlefield.
The question is simple, Jonathan. Is my husband mad? Yes or no? Do vampires exist? Or is Clarence a lunatic?
It is Star, yeah. This is Clarence's wife.
So you don't believe Clarence?
If poor Mary, bless her soul, had tried to convince you of the existence of bloody vampires, would you have believed her? Seriously?
The important question is, what do you really think of your husband?
I'm tough, Jonathan. He should have told me the horrors he witnessed, however appalling it was, instead of inventing a fantasy about blood-drinking monsters.
Hey there, Shaky. How's it going? Welcome on in.
Why are you poisoning your husband?
He has spent a fortune printing his bloody papers. I can't stand this nightmare anymore. We are the butt of everyone's jokes since he returned.
If you're so frustrated by Clarence's behavior, why don't you just leave him?
I have already lost the best years of my life because of him. I will not jeopardize my future for some lunatic. He goes, and I inherit what's left.
I was the best man at your wedding. I remember your love for him. It was so beautiful. I cried. And now you've killed him.
Don't try to send a shiver down my spine, Dr. Reid. You were always on your own, and you kept emotions at bay. All for facts, remember? Well, deal with this one. I danced with you at my wedding, Jonathan. What have you become?
Shaky, doing good. Making a big meal to keep you fed through the next couple of days. Having to adapt a bit. You accidentally added a lot of black pepper. Oh no, did you? So what sort of thing do you have to kind of like do to counteract that? I'm glad to hear that you're doing good though. Star, ooh, bad choice of words. Pot roasts are good for leftovers. What's he gonna think now? That's a good question, Star. I hadn't actually planned to embrace Edwina, but the character convinced me to do it. Shaky added sour cream and butter to make it a little less spicy. Oh, nice. That's cool. I like sour cream on hot potatoes. Venus Crossley. Venus Crossley, 26 years old, female. Mrs. Crossley was on the path to become a self-made widow. Her husband, Clarence Crossley, was a war veteran with such severe trauma that his neurosis followed him home. The man she knew and loved had turned into a maniac who spent his time and their money trying to warn the whole world about the existence of monsters. Both Venus and Clarence were old friends of my family, and while Clarence suspected my newfound bloodthirst, his wife couldn't conceive the notion that he may have been right. She hated the paranoia and the damage it brought to their social reputation. At a loss for any other solution, she opted for murder and had started to poison his beverages. Perhaps killing her was the only way to make her see the value of her husband's fight.
Have you recent news of Aloysius Dawson?
He is dead, I've heard. I wish I was dead too.
Can I help you, Miss Billow? I'm a doctor.
Yes, you can help me. Free me.
Oh, didn't I have... Oh, I mustn't have made enough anemia cure.
I must...
Star, he could have just gotten her sick and had hubby take care of her, get his mind off the vampires. Yeah. That could have been a solution.
Sir, no civilians allowed.
Good evening, Miss Teasdale. How have you been since you returned home?
Dr. Reid. Oh, thank God you returned safely from these awful streets. I was so worried about my father that I left without thanking you properly.
Please don't mention it, miss.
Good. I found him, you know. My dad. Or what was left of him. I think my abductor intended to do the same thing to me.
What can you tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
Never heard of him.
Really? He's very well known in London. Throughout the country, even.
He a big shot or something. Never interested in politics myself. All words and no action.
Well, he was a big shot until he took a bite to the neck.
What do you do for a living, Miss Teasdale?
Before my kidnapping, I was a waitress in a pub. Now I'm unemployed.
Were you fired?
No. It's just that after my recent experience, I don't feel like I can go back to my normal life. I need to do something useful.
Be very careful, Miss Teasdale. You were lucky to escape death once, but vampires lurk everywhere.
You killed my kidnapper by yourself, didn't you? No offense, Doctor, but you're just a doctor. I don't see why I couldn't do the same.
What do you intend to do?
Dad always told me, Louise, If you want something, don't stop until you have it. I did my research and I found it. Ichabod Throgmorton, professional vampire hunter. I'll be his apprentice.
She'll become Louise, the vampire slayer.
What can you tell me about this area?
I've never really liked this part of town. It was where my father wanted to live. I won't remain here much longer.
What exactly don't you like about it?
People here are contemptuous and elitist. My dad always said, Louise, always treat people like you want them to treat you.
You seem to cherish your father a great deal.
Dad was the best. He kept an eye on me, but let me make my own mistakes. Louise used to say, mistakes are the best teacher. You would have liked him.
I'm sorry you didn't have the opportunity to say goodbye.
That's all right. He's buried in consecrated ground now. Nothing bad can happen to him.
Why did your father feel guilty? He seemed so eager to welcome you back, as though he'd done something wrong.
The last time we saw each other, we had a terrible argument. I left the house and ended up in a pub. That's where the vampire met me. Dead drunk.
I see.
We argued a lot, me and Dad. But I always came home. I'm sure that's why he went to find me. He knew something bad had happened.
Your father never gave up on you. In the end, he risked everything to save the daughter he loved.
Yeah, that was my dad. Tough bastard, just like me. Even if I'd broken his leg, he would have gone looking for me.
What do you mean?
That last argument we had, it was more of a fight, actually. He slapped me and I kicked him hard in the balls.
Louise, what can you tell me about the vampire who captured you?
The little fucker claimed he'd fallen in love with me. That he wanted to spend eternity with me. Not a bad idea. At least that's the way it seemed at first.
Really? Did you consider accepting his proposal?
Well, immortality. Not a common wedding gift, is it? I think he just wanted to have his way with me. Can vampires even fuck, Doctor?
What? Well, I really can't answer that. Well, since they are creatures of blood, physically speaking, I suppose an erection is possible, but
Don't be embarrassed, Dr. Reid. I was just asking.
That's the question, isn't it? On everyone's lips about vampires. Shaky, oh shoot, is the main voice actor Kane from Soul Reaver? I don't know. Actually, that's something to consider. No. I know the actor who plays this character, Anthony Howell, but he doesn't have in his credits the Soul Reaver game, which I love that game. I've played that and the second one, but I haven't played the other the other Legacy of Kain games though. But I plan to though. I'd like to play through those.
Do you need my medical attention, miss?
I don't need your help specifically. I can assure you there are many competent doctors around.
Damn, what a question. I know, right? What a question indeed. Shaky, interesting. Thank you. He sounds similar to me. Yeah. You know that you mention it. I vaguely remember the voice of Raziel, but I can't... It's been a long time since I heard anything from the game, though.
I have no doubt about it, but I'm offering you my help anyway.
All right then, but please leave me alone for now.
Goodbye, Miss Teasdale, and be careful. Until we meet again.
It's always been your house, Dad, not mine.
Oh shoot, sorry Shaky, I didn't even recognize that you had put Kane in there. I just saw Soul Reaver in my mind. But yeah, no, there's no credit on his IMDb, Anthony Howell, for Kane. Sorry. Sometimes I do that. My brain will focus on a certain word. Like, if there's multiple keywords in the sentence, sometimes I'll focus on one keyword and not the other ones. Shaky, well, you want this guy for any potential Soul Reaver games. He's dead on. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, the Embracer Group, or whatever they're called, that own the rights to that series, they recently cancelled, or they announced, or revealed that they cancelled a Deus Ex project that was in development for 2 years. So that means that we're not going to get another Deus Ex game, let alone another Adam Jensen one. The actor who plays Adam Jensen, Elias Tefexis, recently posted on Reddit a message thanking his fans for all the support over the years and the messages about returning for another Deus Ex game, but he said that the one that was cancelled, that they recently said was cancelled, he wasn't attached to it in any way, so it looks like they were looking at rebooting the series, I imagine. Which is a shame, because there's still a story there to finish off with Adam Jensen. But it seems they're focusing all their attention on Tomb Raider at the moment, because Embracer Group also owns Tomb Raider.
London has brought so much pain.
They're all around you.
Women's right to vote is only the first step. Support the equality.
Shaky, you're pretty bummed about all these job cuts. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. You know, it's just because I mean, Mankind Divided, in terms of like Deus Ex stuff, it wasn't groundbreaking or anything, but it was one of those projects where they ended on a cliffhanger of sorts, or they teased something that could be a continuation, you know, and they left some answers questions unanswered as well.
Whether you need to buy something or not, I am happy to help.
Goody. Have you any news on Aloysius Dawson?
I will never see him again in my shop, it seems. I did not realize how much his health had deteriorated. In the end, not even money can protect you from death.
Do you need medical help?
You would save my life, Dr. Reid. I have not felt so bad in many years.
Don't worry. There is nothing serious to fear. I have seen far worse, I can assure you.
I cannot imagine the pain these people must face then. You have my gratitude, Doctor. This disease has ruined my appetite.
Goodbye, Mr. Russell. I'm sure you'll take care of yourself.
So the fuck that werewolf popped. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. The enemy types that they also include, instead of just the skulls, which were kind of like. I mean, at the start of the game, it was kind of implied that they were just discarded, offspring kind of thing. But that's not the case with all of them. But then you have those werewolf-looking creatures. But then you even have like really big creatures as well.
Good evening, Miss Price.
You know you can call me Carolyn, my dear doctor.
Star, what? You obviously missed that. Oh, yeah.
What is your opinion of Aloysius Dawson?
He was a lonely man who died a lonely death in his big mansion. Life has no meaning without love and family.
Oh, they're called skulls.
Do you need my medical attention, Miss Price?
Oh yes, I feel so oppressed lately. And tired and feeble too. Thank you so much, Doctor. You're always so considerate.
They needed an...
I will see you.
Didn't I craft some friggin' anemia cure?
I am glad to see you.
Could have sworn I fucking crafted some of that.
Dr. Reid. Still...
Have you recent news of Aloysius Dawson?
I just heard he finally died. We all have to go one day, do we not, Dr. Reid?
Is it true you were dropped in rank? Tell me about it.
Yes, it is. I made a terrible mistake, and I deserved it. Sometimes I think I should have resigned.
So why are you still working here?
Because I'm a damn fine copper. I just don't want to have someone innocent hung again by mistake because of me.
The death penalty is a great shame.
I agree. I'm convinced all civilized nations should abolish the death penalty. Maybe after the war, once that bloodshed is over, the survivors will change that.
Why do you think there shouldn't be a death penalty?
I believe no one should decide to take a man's life. Not a nation or a government.
Are you a pacifist, Inspector?
No, sir. But I believe in divine justice. Only God has the right to decide who will live and who must die.
What are you investigating, exactly?
Well, my 2 missing persons cases have been solved. By you, it seems. Are you just that lucky? Or do you know something I don't?
I was lucky enough to find them both while conducting my investigation in this part of town.
Why do I still have the feeling that you're hiding something? What about the abductor? Was it the same person?
I don't think so. You had better interview Miss Teasdale and Mr. Kimura on that matter. All I did was to lead them safely home. Do you need medical attention, Inspector?
I'm afraid I may have caught something. I don't feel too well.
You'll quickly feel better after taking this.
Thank you, Dr. Reid. I really appreciate it.
Goodbye, Detective Inspector Albright.
Goodbye, Dr. Jonathan Reid. I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Alright, I've changed my mind about that character. We're not going to kill him like I thought at the start of the stream. So, amen. Yeah, that's the interesting thing, like... I think we used to have it here in Australia up until a certain point in time Like, not recent history, like, you know, the last 10 years or so or something, but there was a point in Australia where we did actually have the death penalty for some things. But that was way before I was even born, I think. You think Texas still has it, Star? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can understand for, you know, people who've done, like, really terrible things, you know, like shoplifters and people who've robbed places, no. But if someone has, you know, tortured and maimed someone and killed someone, then yeah, I can understand the death penalty being a just way to deal with them. But not for petty stuff. Because, you know, that person should still be given a chance to redeem themselves.
A red river, a song in the dark, the whispers of a... Good evening, Jonathan Reid. Can I help you in any way?
Have you any news concerning Aloysius Dawson?
What was his last thought, I wonder?
How do you measure the amount of blood on my hands?
I told you. The cards always tell the truth. Well, most of the time.
Is it possible to tell me my future?
A vampire's fate is much more delicate to read, Doctor. But I can try.
Star, he sounds sus. Nah, this guy's alright. This Usher Talltree.
Do you require medical attention?
If you don't mind.
You'll feel better after taking this.
Thank you very much. I feel better already.
Goodbye, sir. Until we meet again.
I rarely wander. Cards never lie, but they are never easy to read.
Okay, so we got quite a bit of XP. Let's see if there's any other characters I've changed my mind about. I've changed my mind about the investigator. Because I really do want to wrap this game up today, so I don't want to have to worry too much about getting everything done. Because I do want to play this game in the future, for sure. Star, that old guy seemed to understand he did something wrong. Glad he didn't die. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely felt, or he came across as he felt remorse for it. Oh, of course, Rod. Because I chose to do that, it locks me out of that. Ah, well. I can actually cancel that. I'd rather the damage, to be honest. Because if enough enemies get caught in it, it's going to obliterate them. Let's see what the result is of what we've done. Well, we've made that region in the serious category now, instead of the critical one. Alright, I'm not taking a break, but I want to get a new drink. I want to focus now on the main story and finish the game. So I'll be back in a few moments. Alrighty then, I'm back. Actually, while I think about it, let's make sure I've crafted some serums. Watery, sturdy blood sample. Don't think I've got something that can be broken down into that ingredient. No, damn it. Alright, time to take that mark off the screen, and also this one with the side mission. It's not like we only have one mission left for the whole game, but we are getting close to the end because I'm almost finished chapter 5, and there's 6 chapters with the 7th that's considered an epilogue.
You London vampires are so weak!
You're back home. Look at it. Die, vermin!
It's fine.
Christ, he's dead!
Violence shall prevail.
It's too fucking far!
Classic annoying labyrinth kind of like design. There's no way to get to where I want to go through this way, so we have to go and travel all the other way around to a different angle. Times like this, it makes me really value games that have not only the ability to mark a waypoint, but they actually have indicators that appear on the screen to give you the pathway to take.
He's mine! I'll take it!
So Priwen never left Doris's theatre after they invaded. They must be holding Edgar here in their new headquarters.
Die, vermin! Fuck his boss! He's dead! Over there! There's one of them vermin!
That's okay, Star. I really hope you get some relief from your pain. I hope that you can get a good sleep as well. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you have a good one. I've already got the next game planned to replace this one with, so looking forward to starting that playthrough. And the next time you come into the stream, it'll be a different game. Hope you have a good one, Star. Anasune went away a while to get some food, but you're back now. Anyway, you sent a screenshot to the Discord of the dialogue from beating the hack. Blurred it though, of course, just in case you'd rather try and find out for yourself. Oh, that's fair enough, Anasune, yeah. Well, thanks for posting it in there anyway. That's appreciated. Star, what is it? It rhymes with Fall of the Flu. I'm going to do another playthrough of Call of Cthulhu, because Anthony Howell, who plays the main character in this, was in Alien Isolation, which I played before this game, and he's in Call of Cthulhu as well. So I thought I'd do a trilogy of games with Anthony Howell in them. Back to back.
It shall prevail. Lord, give us strength. Stop Vampyr!
Star, you've never seen that one. Looking forward to catching some of it. Have a good evening, Rod. Thank you so much, Star. I definitely will. And yeah, I really like the game a lot. I'm going to take a different approach this time around to what I've done before, so it'll be interesting to play through it differently. McCullum's report, 11:06:18. I just finished reading Doris Fletcher's journal. As painful and dreadful as it was, my God, the woman planned to see everyone in London afflicted by infecting all who would come to her next play. It helped me understand greatly what is going on. Doris Fletcher's real name was Doris Jones. She was the daughter of some Harriet Jones who has been treated as a patient for a long time at the Pembroke Hospital. She clearly hated her mother, but used her fame and notoriety to see her while visiting the poor and sick in the East End. I don't know exactly what happened then, but this is how her mother infected her before returning to the theatre, and how she turned into that monstrosity that the leech known as Jonathan Reid finally defeated. The presence of that vampire in the same hospital where Harriet Jones was treated can't be a coincidence. I'm convinced he is deeply involved with the vampire plague going on in London right now. I'm also convinced Swansea is his accomplice, and that those two are planning something more terrifying than anything the Guard has ever faced. Maybe I should take some time to read the old books and manuscripts the Guard still possess to get some answers. It may prove useful. In the meantime, I better send some patrols to investigate about what is occurring at the Pembroke Hospital. 11:08:18. It took me 2 days to pass through the dusty registers and books we keep in the vault. God, I hate losing time like this. The search did prove fruitful for once. I found 2 pages that could be related to our present situation in a copy of William Marshall's memoirs. I took them with me to read more carefully. This creature Marshall says he fought in 1666, this disaster that aimed to destroy London. It is very similar to what happened with Doris Fletcher. Disease, infection, hate of the living, a desire to see the city ransacked. I have no doubt now that the bloody old leech of William Marshall is behind all this, and that he is back. This could be our greatest accomplishment. If the Guard could at last find and destroy that old bastard, I believe what Marshall did in 1666 is exactly what Reid is now trying to do. Did the creature, this disaster, escape their will? Is it why Marshall destroyed him in 1666, and Reid did the same with Doris Fletcher before she became such a creature? I don't know, but those two are clearly working together, and Swansea is helping them. I will immediately give orders to have him arrested and interrogated. As for Reid, I'll destroy that evil beast myself, and then we'll deal with William Marshall and this disaster thing. Prewin will prevail once more.
Doris Fletcher was about to become a disaster. I'm getting close to having all the evidence.
You know, Lloyd, just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself. Thanks for redeeming that from Dumb and Dumber, Casper. Such a classic Jim Carrey movie.
I have this thirst for blood.
That's okay, Yanasune. I hope you have a good rest. Thank you so much for popping in. And thanks for pointing that out about Watch Dogs. All this time, I just thought it was something that the game naturally has you do. Fail that hack at start and then have to do the rest. That's cool to find out that there's that you can actually do it the first time.
Back in the grave! I'll send you to hell!
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
The Vampire Knight. William Marshall. Forget the legend about the man, the one most of you never heard of, you lazy bastards. Forget the empty tomb in Temple Church. Forget the death of those among us who died trying to locate him. We, the guard, know that he is still hiding somewhere. That's the only fact we must keep in mind. Another small detail we need to keep in mind. This little fucker is clever. How many times have we thought we had cornered him to finally only find old dust and cobwebs? Marshall has been a vampire for 1,000 years. We're no match until we change our plans concerning his hunt. So here are a few questions for you, lazy bastards, and I want all of them answered before speaking of another great hunt to pin the leech down. Who helped him escape his den under Temple Church? We know now for a fact that a private contractor was paid to move a large coffin from the church a few years before we investigated the tomb. What exactly did the traitors of Brotherhood of St. Paul discuss with Marshall when they met in 1785 in London? The report of this meeting has been burnt, but witnesses remain of a request made by Marshall to access a specific book in their library. Why does the monstrosity known as Lady Blackwood seem linked to Marshall? They exchanged letters. She was in London to meet him in 1786, according to the Brotherhood spies. She tried to discreetly buy his castle in Wales in 1793, before fleeing when spotted by our fearless mentor Kendall Stone. See the pattern here? What happened during these few years? Why such agitation and activity? Answer these questions, my brothers, and you will find the path to our most eminent foe, William Marshall, oldest vampire of England to survive our righteous wrath. From Know Your Enemies by Carl Eldridge, Pruan leader. William Marshall's memoirs. The Brotherhood of the St. Paul Stole finally agreed to meet me in London. They proposed to meet inside the new Cathedral of St. Paul. I like the wit and solemnity of these men. What a symbol to choose the place where I defeated this disaster, but also the place where I fell. I agreed to their proposition. There, in the sacred silence of the church and under the eye of God, they respectfully listened to me. They acknowledged my victory against this evil creature, the Dos Astro, the eater of stars, who only wished to spread death and pestilence all around her. Since they acknowledged my will to save London in 1666, they heard my request, my burning desire to stop the blood of hate. Their primate promised to come back to me with an answer. The primate of St. Paul wrote back to me with just a name, the Tear of Angels. According to him, this ancient artifact could heal anything, cleanse any blackened soul and purify my blood. Blessed be the Lord, it took me more than 100 years to find a cure for the blood of hate, but I may finally have found it. Soon the rage shall end. Soon I may repair the wrong I did and cleanse my failures. Now all I need to do is retrieve the necessary ingredients to create the artifact. Blood of the purest heart mixed with the blood of a king. To find such rare ingredients is not what worries me the most, for time is on my side. It is the last part that worries me, pure essence of garlic. I'm afraid it will literally hurt like hell when I drink the antidote, but if that's the price to pay to cleanse my soul and correct my mistakes, I am ready to endure this excruciating pain.
Blood of a pure heart, garlic, blood of a king. I don't understand. Perhaps this is what McCullum drank. I had better keep that in mind.
Pin note, evidence safe. Until further notice, this safe will be used to store sensitive evidences. It must always be locked. If you need to access it, just find me on the last floor to get the key. And bloody remember to bring it back to me when you're done. Rodney.
I should find the key to that box. It's locked, all right.
Hello, Lench Mob. How's it going? Mr. Gote, these letters are bigger than AC ones. They can be. Yeah, they put a lot of writing in small text in a lot of space. Imagine if it wasn't that size. Be a lot of space used up.
Edgar. Edgar, can you hear me?
Jonathan, is it really you?
Easy. Easy. Save your strength. I'm getting you out of here.
Don't try to spare me. As a physician, I know all too well when it's too late. Punctured lung, broken ribs, and internal bleeding. An accurate diagnosis, wouldn't you say?
Edgar, what happened?
They wanted me to confess. Beat me black and blue.
Jeffrey McCullum ambushed me at the Pembroke Hospital. He was convinced you and I were responsible for the Skal epidemic.
I never imagined that self-righteous fanatic would dare to attack us in the open. What became of him?
To prove him wrong, I let him go.
Really? Are you sure that was the wisest course of action?
Time will tell. The most intriguing part of his accusation was that you and I were the pawns of some ancient vampire.
William Marshall. Yes, they tortured me to make me confess the same nonsense.
Lench Mob, all is well. You just finished playing Ghost of Tsushima. Really enjoyed the ending. Well, I'm glad to hear that things are going well, Lench Mob. GG's on finishing Ghost of Tsushima. I'm really looking forward to playing that game, because I haven't played that one yet, so very much looking forward to it. I like how there's Kurosawa mode as well. That was really cool.
I think you're hiding something, Edgar.
What do you mean?
William Marshall, for example. You speak of him as if you know him. How is that?
Jonathan, I cannot say I'm ready for another round of questions.
Stan, I look forward to you looking forward to it. And when I'm playing it, I'll be looking forward at it, so I can play it.
Why would the Guard of Priwen believe you and I created the vampire epidemic?
Maybe due to our profession. Because I offered you shelter in my hospital.
What can you tell me about William Marshall?
Not much. History paints the story he was the greatest knight who ever lived. Amongst the immortals, he had a yet greater legend.
Why is the Guard of Priwen so obsessed with him?
He was the only ancient vampire to escape the first great hunt launched by the Guard of Priwen in 1854. They believe he's an evil creature plotting his return.
Why would he deserve such a reputation?
I cannot say. The Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole has next to no intelligence on him. All I know is that he's supposed to be the oldest of all the British vampires.
While investigating the epidemic, I read some of McCullum's findings. I think you have some explaining to do.
I have nothing to hide, Jonathan. Nothing at all.
Do you remember when we suspected Sean Hampton of killing Harriet Jones?
Yes. The terrible episode that came as a shock to us all.
Harriet Jones faked her own death. When I found her in the sewers, she confessed she wanted everybody to pay for what happened to her.
That woman was extremely bitter, full of hatred and festering anger.
Do you know Doris Fletcher's real name?
No, I'm afraid not.
Her real name was Doris Jones. She was the daughter of Harriet Jones.
What do you want me to say, Jonathan?
Doris Fletcher visited her mother at the Pembroke Hospital. That's how she first got infected.
I know nothing about that. Miss Fletcher once came to visit the sick. That is all I know.
No, Edgar, there is more. Doris Fletcher was Harriet Jones's daughter. They exhibited the same symptoms: blind hate and strong physical mutation.
What does this sad story have to do with us?
Do you know where we are? Doris Fletcher's theatre. This is where that hateful creature plotted to spread the epidemic across London.
I only briefly met Miss Fletcher once when she visited the Pembroke Hospital. You say it was to see her mother. She seemed like such a sweet and graceful woman.
My point exactly. The disease turned her into a bitter soul, driven by vengeance just like her mother. A symptom of all the infected patients.
Certain diseases are known to produce similar effects. Rabies, for example. And rabies is not the devil at work.
Come on, Edgar. Don't you see the pattern here? The epidemic, the link between Doris and Harriet, the suspicion of McCullum?
How could I? I never saw Harriet Jones again after she fled the hospital.
Doris and Harriet shared more than a hidden family bond. They were the embodiment of the epidemic and are linked to the Pembroke Hospital. Come on, Edgar, this is no coincidence.
I swear I'm at a complete loss. All I did was administer vampire blood to cure old Harriet. There was no evil plan, no diabolical plot.
You did what?
I tested the regenerating and healing properties of vampire blood on Harriet Jones. My only intention was to find the cure for influenza, I swear.
Whose blood did you use? William Marshall's? Mine?
Lady Ashbury's. While transfusing her with human blood, humanely appeasing her hunger, I also kept samples of her blood for my research.
You used her blood on Harriet Jones? My God, Edgar, that's unethical. You betrayed 2 of your patients at the same time.
How dare you judge me? Must I name the alarming list of your victims?
We are both deceivers. But at least I know I'm a monster.
You have worked beside me. You saw what I'm doing at Pembroke Hospital. Jonathan, you know I'm not an evil soul. Just another victim of this tragedy.
No, Edgar, you are not going to die. Unless you want to.
What do you mean?
I can save you, Edgar. I can turn your broken body into one like mine.
You truly would? After all I've done, after all that's been said, you would offer me this gift?
I have no way of knowing which punishment would be worse, Edgar. But it is not for me to decide. So?
Oh, please, Jonathan, please. I beg you. This is what I've always wanted. This is what I've always searched for.
Very well, then. Prepare to die and be reborn. To face an eternity of guilt.
I'm ready. Oh, indeed, I am ready.
Enough!
Patient 0. Ah. Okay, so if you don't have enough XP to cover that, it puts you in deficit for XP. That's interesting. Personally, I've never seen a game do that before. I'm sure there are games that have done that before, but I didn't realize that was a thing.
It's locked.
Yeah, Mr. Goethe. Delicious.
It's locked, all right.
Yep. Vampires, one of their major weaknesses, can't open doors, can't burst through them. Mr. Goethe, it's locked, all right. Lara Croft opens it and says, no. No.
I will return later. So Harriet Jones became the original carrier when Edgar gave her vampire blood. I must tell Elizabeth.
Over there! There's one of them vermin! You're mine!
Personal diary, 9th of May 1913 Tonight I went with Mother visiting the sick of the East End. It had been a long time since I went in this sad part of town. To see her talking and listening to those poor people moved me beyond words. She really tries to make a difference, and really tries to help these men and women. She also killed one of them tonight. It happened so quickly I did not even notice she had vanished, but when she reappeared she looked so much more alive, more vivid. I immediately knew what had just happened. She took a life and I saw nothing. We returned home without a word. If I ever become like her, I won't feed on the dying. I will kill the guilty and the brutes wherever they hide. 13th September 1914. This afternoon 2 men tried to corner me in a back alley while I was campaigning for the women's right to vote. I called for help as loud as I could, like Mother told me. I don't know what would have happened if a soldier had not ordered them to leave me alone. He then walked me back home and tried to kiss me. I refused. He did not say a word and left. The whole story made me so sad I was still crying when Mother woke up after the night had come. I told her the whole truth and she had held me against her chest. Then we went to the theatre to see Doris Fletcher in a new play. I think I'm a little bit frustrated that Mother did not rush out to make them all pay. If I were a vampire, I would not be that merciful. 15th September 1914. We had a terrible argument with Mother last night, as she refused once again to turn me into an immortal. When I reminded her of what had happened to me in that street with the 2 men, and how things would have been different if I had been like her, or if they had carried weapons, she simply smiled and told me that to be part of this world meant to be ready to face it. I'm not sure I understand what she means, but it drives me crazy. I left home in the middle of the night to see Emily at her house, and I spent the whole day there. Maybe it's time for me to leave Mother's house and live my life, just like Emily. I love Mother so much, but it frustrates me when she refuses to talk about my conversion. 17th of February 1915. Tonight I'm as sad as I am excited, for I'm about to leave this house for good. Mother has agreed to let me have my own flat in the West End, as long as it is not too far from her house. I had to promise her I would be very careful. I told her how much I love her and she told me she was proud of me. I understand now that she only wants me to be as strong and independent as she is. I must admit I'm very thankful for all that she taught me through these years. She made me the woman I am today. Now it's time for me to choose where to go from here. Whatever I'm going to do with my life, it's up to me. All I know is this: if I ever chose to become an immortal, I will not involve my mother in my choice, for this is my life and I'm responsible for my actions.
It's locked, all right.
What good fortune brings you back to me, Jonathan? What is it, my dear?
I'm afraid it's bad news, Elizabeth. The worst, actually.
Please, speak up.
Edgar is no longer in McCullum's grasp. I resolved that matter.
Where is our good friend now? Is he well?
Of a sort. His injuries were mortal. I had no choice but to make him one of us. To save him. Or to punish him.
To punish him? I fail to understand. And what is the source of this cold tone in your voice?
Edgar Swansea was responsible for the Skal epidemic, Elizabeth. It was he who unleashed the deadly scourge upon London.
What? Are you certain? This is the most terrible accusation of all.
He confessed everything to me. He sought to cure the disease, to exploit vampire blood to stop the epidemic. But he unwittingly gave birth to a catastrophe.
All those poor victims. How could he do it? What happened?
Edgar gave no heed to ethics. His theory could have been proven to be correct, but he abused the confidence of his patients to test it.
I must say I'm shocked, Jonathan. Who would have thought it? And the poor patient. Let me guess. It was Harriet Jones, was it not?
Yes. That explains how Doris Fletcher was infected, and how she became an Icor. She secretly visited her mother at Pembroke.
Then we have no choice. We must act quickly, Jonathan. We must return to the sewers and put an end to the threat poor Harriet embodies.
I have one more matter to discuss with you. Harriet Jones was the primary case, but do you know what a healthy carrier is?
There is a tone in your voice that frightens me, Jonathan. What are you trying to say?
It was your blood Edgar used for his experiment on Harriet Jones.
What? No. No. This can't be. Oh.
Elizabeth. Are you all right?
No, I have to go.
What do you mean?
Leave me alone. Save the city, Jonathan. Save what can be saved.
Elizabeth, I need answers. Why did your blood
Stay
cause
away
this?
from me. Please. I swear I never was your enemy.
Wait! No! Elizabeth!
Symbolic is symbolic. Different kind of red splatter than what vampires are used to. Red paint. The Blood Night tragedy. Only a few of us remain after the shock of the Great Hunt. I was one of them. I remember how the sudden attack of the enemy caught us all by surprise. Blood was shed during those few nights. Some of us who survived chose to exile. I don't blame them, but I regret their lack of fortitude. For it is courage we need to protect the interests of the Empire. Courage we need to defend the values we stand for. May we all remember that William Marshall himself never lowered his head. My beloved Maker may be long gone now, but his presence is still among us. We keep a few drops of his sacred blood to remind us what we are and what we seek. Honor, purity, and excellence. I had the privilege of speaking with the Knight many times as his progeny and as his friend. He spoke to me of the tear of angels, the holy beverage supposed to appease the inextinguishable hunger we all feel, that he never ceased to search, even without knowing if such artifact exists. I admired his tenacity, and it is this tenacity, this indefectible belief in something bigger than us, that will make us survive any future great hunt launched by our enemies. Ascalon will be rebuilt, always, for it is an ideal. From The Law of Ascalon, by Lord Redgrave, founder.
Now would be a good time to blend the recipe Marshall used when he fought the disaster. I think I know where to find what I need. Whose blood could be purer than that of William Marshall? Lord Redgrave will have to spare me a drop.
Equality between men and women!
Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reid.
Why do you still hope to become a vampire in spite of your mother's refusal?
It's the immortal aspect of vampires that interests me. The world won't improve unless women take charge. I'm convinced of that.
You're obviously a clever woman with a good education and a brilliant future. But have you thought about the price you'd have to pay? The loneliness, the necessary masquerade.
Is it not true of every high position? To change this world and make it a better place, one needs time on one's side.
Tell me, Charlotte, how do you plan to achieve eternal life, since you've obviously given it a lot of thought?
I won't give up. You have no idea how determined I am, sir. I may contract a deadly disease, I may throw myself under a carriage just to be saved by her sweet kiss.
That's a disturbing answer, young lady. And the worst part of it is, I know you speak the truth.
There are less dangerous ways, Doctor. Instead of throwing myself under a horse like Emily Davison, I could just throw myself into your arms.
Never. That would be betraying your mother's trust. She would never forgive us.
For sure. But look on the bright side. We would have eternity to reconcile.
Or an eternity to run away from your mother's mighty wrath. Quite a terrifying idea, don't you think?
Yes. I think it's wiser to let go of that part of the plan.
Your mother has refused to turn you into a vampire. Tell me more about it.
Each time we argue, Mother expresses the same fear. She wants me to remain alive and full of joy, rather than become melancholy and immortal. She claims you can't have one without the other. It's pure selfishness.
Your mother has walked this earth for much longer than you or I. She is wise, and we should not ignore her advice when we disagree with it.
But why shouldn't I be allowed to forge my own experience? There can't be only one righteous way to deal with eternity.
It's your mother's choice. As daughters and sons, we have to accept the decisions our parents make for us, despite our own wishes.
I love my mother, and have accepted everything from her. Even that she named me Charlotte, when it was not my original name.
Does it bother you?
No. Whoever I was when I was born, I am now Charlotte Ashbury. It hurts as much as it makes me proud to know that's the name my mother will read on my tombstone.
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best...
She's been...
Well, that's the thing, Casper. The only option I have at the moment is to kill her.
I'm still persona non grata in the Ascalon Club. If I want to speak with Lord Redgrave, I'll have to improvise.
Casper, did Automod censor the word bite? Yeah, but I think it also censored some other stuff along with it.
Good evening, Lord Redgrave.
What are you doing here, traitor? I shall smite you for this audacity.
I'm not here to bicker, Lord Redgrave. I can put an end to this epidemic, but I need your assistance to do so.
Good. We've held out thus far, but the time has come to put an end to this crisis. Tell me, what do you need?
The blood of William Marshall.
The blood of William Marshall? Of my maker? Are you mad? This blood is the purest of all. My maker proffered it to me on the battlefield. I cannot hand it to you.
Stop this farce. Marshall never was your maker. I have no idea how you acquired his blood, but I need it now.
I see. Well, in that case, given the gravity of the situation, I suppose I can spare you a drop.
Thank you, my lord.
If you manage to save this city, you'll prove yourself a veritable servant of the crown. So Godspeed, Dr. Reid. Our fate lies wholly in your hands. You again? What do you want?
I have a few questions to ask.
You hold in that vial the most sacred blood of all. I can help you no more. We all count on you, Dr. Reid. For tragedy is imminent.
Very imminent. In it. William Marshall's blood. A few drops of William Marshall's blood, kept in a small sealed bottle. I am Casper, yeah. Yeah, we're in the second last chapter.
It's always been your house, Dad. Not mine.
Women of all countries unite!
Casper, but it's good that you still watch this game, that you own it. You might play it one day. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what you think about it, Casper, because there's a lot of opportunity for different kinds of pathways through the game's story based on your decisions and all that kind of stuff, and also what kind of play style you might go for. I mean, for this playthrough, I've stuck with the melee side of things with the scythe, but you can definitely use other melee weapons or use guns and stuff as well if you wish. So it's definitely one that I want to play again in the future for sure and take a different approach with.
It's a leech! Kill it! It's one of them! Want some of this? A leech! A leech! All of you! Hey, spy! Watch out! Killing all you deserve! No! Over there! Oh, Christ!
I cannot use garlic, but there may be a substitute in the Pembroke Hospital drug storage.
It's not human! No rest for the wicked!
Steady, boys! We've got...
We have to stop! Die, vermin!
It's locked.
Here's one of them vermin!
Demon! It's done for him!
They still make the enemies OP, even though they're only one level above you. It's one of the problems with this game. But that guy's not affected by that? Bullshit. Just a human.
There it is. Insulin. Much more efficient than garlic against blood poisoning and sepsis, and much less dangerous for me. Thank you, Dr. Polescu.
Leech spotted! Watch out, boys! It's a leech! Kill it! Die, beast! Cross the leech, boys!
If McCullum really drank the blood of King Arthur, then I may have found another
Speak
vital
English,
ingredient
do
in my
ya?
recipe.
Easy does it, boys. We can deal with this vermin. He's dead. I'll kill him. Christ, he's dead!
Good evening, vampire hunter.
Are you here to end me, Leech? You'll find I will not be killed easily.
Not at all, McCullum. I am here because I need you.
Really? I'm intrigued. Speak up, then.
I need the blood of a king. The blood of Arthur. I'm certain you possess it, and I must have it.
The Guard's most sacred and precious relic. Why would you? You found Marshall's memoirs. I should have destroyed that book.
I need the antidote to save this city, McCullum.
It is within me to take your words as truth. I want to, but I must know more. What precisely are your plans?
I have found the carrier, McCullum. The infection's source. It may be science, or some supernatural power that's responsible for all this. But I will harness either or both to end the epidemic.
A vampire doctor. My God, you're a terrifying creature. Jonathan Emmett Reid.
Do you not understand? We wanted the same thing from the outset. A means to end this vampire epidemic.
Not enemies. Maybe that is so. Take it then. I see no other hope for this city. If this is some trick, you will be damned, Dr. Reid.
Thank you. Can we speak more?
Indeed. Why not?
Why are you here?
The man who raised me after the brutal murder of my parents. He's buried here.
Were both your parents killed by vampires?
Yes. And yet worse. My father returned to Dublin a vampire and tore out my mother's throat.
And who was this man?
Carl Eldritch. One-time leader of Priwen. He killed my father in front of me. Helped me hunt my brother Ain after teaching me how to kill leeches.
What will the Guard of Priwen do now? Will you stop the Great Hunt?
Yes. But we shall continue to protect innocents from beasts like you and your red-headed friend.
Like me?
I am indebted to you for sparing me at Pembroke. But this won't always be the case. I'm no coward like those St. Paul's Stowe brothers.
How long have you known Lady Ashbury? Where is she? And what will you do to her?
We saw you meeting her, so of course we investigated. But she is gone. Our scouts reported she has sold some paintings and departed for an unknown destination.
Adieu, vampire hunter.
Until we meet again, blood drinker.
Tombstone. Near lie the remains of Venus Crossley, 1892 to 1918. That's cool that, and I knew before this, but I just want to point it out to those who might not know. Those that you kill end up having a gravestone in the cemetery. Edwina Cox, Booth Digby. We'll go to a different safe house because this is taking 500 hours to find.
Bloody monster! I hate leeches.
Overpowered cunt. Ass motherfucker.
Steady, boys! We've got one of them! Leech spotted! Watch out! Roll back to the house!
Reads me like a book.
The blend seems stable. Time to go and find Harriet in the sewers.
Look lively! It's on to us! Stupid beast! Christ! He's dead!
Yeah, Casper, that is the plan. I would probably take a break between streams, but I'm going to be doing a playthrough of Call of Cthulhu. Since I played Alien Isolation, which has Anthony Howell in it, and since I've played this, which has Anthony Howell playing the main character, I thought, why not make it a trilogy of playthroughs of games that have him in it? And so the next one, Call of Cthulhu, he's also the main character in that. But I'm going to be playing through the game differently than what I've done before. But I'm going to leave what that actually is until I'm about to stream it. Or until I'm streaming it. You've got to be kidding me. Oh my fucking god. It just leads to a fucking dead end. Casper, you're in the sewers at least. Yeah, at least in the ballpark.
This place has been ransacked. Where has Harriet gone? She must have left a trail I could follow. They've all been slaughtered. Priwen, No, not their style. Where is old Bridget? Damn. If I'd come earlier, they would still be alive.
Take not a step further, child, for you are unprepared.
You, at last. I wondered when you would show your face again. Step away. We have nothing to discuss.
Desist, child. You cannot confront the monstrosity unleashed upon this land without due preparation. I shall not allow it.
All right. But no more riddles. Enough of the obscure songs and prophecies. I ask questions, and you answer them.
My words have been as clear as crystal lakes, my child. You seem unwilling to drink, to listen, to learn.
Why did you choose me?
Only you could provide a modern, scientific answer to this ancient, mystical threat.
What kind of modern answer?
Disease, contagion, and contamination. How they course through veins is your dominion, my child. Your choices have made you. Only you can save this land.
Speak to me of this ancient threat.
The blood of hate. Vessel of the wrath of the goddess. When she awakens, a disaster will be born into this world, for she is hunger and anger.
What is your true appearance?
I do not understand. This is who I am.
Blood? You are made of blood. Surely you are joking.
Why would I? And no, I'm not made of blood. I am blood. Blood is what I am since my birth and for eternity.
But who are you really? Tell me your name.
I am your maker. I am the servant of the Red Goddess and protector of this land. I have many names.
Just give me one, then.
There are those who call me Myrddin Wild, the Wild Horned Man. But I never was a man. I was born out of blood.
I'm here to stop Harriet Jones. She is the original carrier. The well from which this corruption flows.
I have heard you, but be wary. Harriet Jones's mind is no more. She has metamorphosed into an apocalypse. Born from, drenched in, and driven by the blood of hate.
Tell me about this disaster, creature. I know London fell victim to such a thing in 1666.
A disaster is pure anger born through blood. Its name means bad star, for they only appear when our queen unleashes her unquenchable wrath upon the world.
And who is this queen?
She is the Red Goddess, the Queen of Blood. In my youth, 100 lifetimes ago, she was worshipped as the Morrigan. She is my mother. She is yours, too.
The Morrigan? The Celtic goddess of war? Is this a ruse of some kind?
She has been worshipped in many forms throughout the ages. The true nature of the Red Queen is beyond your comprehension, eluding even mine. But know this, she is a vengeful mother.
So the disaster is some sort of accident. A disease vampires carry dormant in their blood, waiting to emerge.
That's your modern answer. But a disaster is at the same time both less and more.
Tell me what it is then, in your own words.
A disaster is the pure will of our queen. Whenever she dreams of walking this earth, she awakes in this putrid vessel.
What is the blood of hate?
It is the curse of the goddess. It is the hunger in you, the need for blood, the will to strike and to punish, to spit in the eye of God.
I only wish to know how to put an end to this epidemic.
To perform an act so noble, you must protect yourself from its poisonous kiss, my child.
I know. McCullum used such a serum when trying to kill me. However, I have produced a more efficacious version of the antidote.
Your final task awaits you at the end of these tunnels. I've known for ages you were worthy of this challenge, my champion, Bittersweet.
What will happen thereafter? What future awaits me beyond these dark tunnels?
Your fate, my child, and the fate of this land. A disaster is about to enter this world to smite us all and teach us humility. You are our final hope.
Will it be over then? Once I've defeated this creature?
Yes. The threat will dissipate like so much smoke, for you will have purified its source.
And then what? What will become of me?
How would I know? I am no god, and your fate is in your own hands. For you are our champion.
You tricked me. My sister died for your schemes. I have brought suffering and tragedy into this world. I am not, nor will I ever be your champion.
Very soon you'll come to know that sacrifice is sometimes necessary. I understand the grudge a child bears towards his father and mother. Be brave, my child.
Champion.
These poor skulls didn't stand a chance.
Oh, I'm sick. So sick. Doctor, help me, please. I'm in such pain.
I'll be glad to be of assistance.
Ah, like your help, Doris. Liars! All of you! My poor baby. I've been such a bad mother. But the Queen herself forgave me. Gave me another chance.
Harriet, you must stop all of this. I can't let you infect anyone else.
How dare you interfere with the Red Queen's plans, Doctor? How can you stop the course of nature? Nobody ever helped me. I've been alone all my life.
Code 3.5, Rocky 3.5, beat up of all the mothers. Yeah. Good. Imagine, good thing Rocky didn't have to face something like this. As for another victim of the G virus, you're definitely not wrong there.
Poor baby. Where is she? Liars, all of them! They took my daughter from me! I was a good mother. They took my daughter from me.
Is this a dream? Am I awake? Is this anger I feel? Is it wrath? I think it is. Oh, how infinitely, how intensely, how irredeemably are you all going to suffer now? Blood, feed me, give me their lives. Such innocence, such guilt. I will reap the land your mother, child. Abundant the harvest, red the crop. Eat, for this is my body. Do you think your champion defeated me, my child?
No one could ever defeat you, mother of us all, for you are our every root and leaf.
You've always been my most amusing son.
Then go back to sleep, my queen, and smile at us from your dreams.
Did they feel my wrath? Have they suffered enough?
More than ever, mother of us all.
Until the next time.
Until the next time.
So it's over then, young Ekon. You have put an end to this terrible menace.
Old Bridget? What are you doing here?
This is my realm, Ekon. This is Suascal territory.
But they were all massacred by the monstrosity that Harriet became.
Others will come, engendered by deceitful vampires. I don't mean you, of course.
I thought you'd been slaughtered, with all the other Suascals.
I was up above, in search of help when Harriet suddenly turned into that thing. I have no idea what it was.
It's all over now. The epidemic has been stopped.
Yes, you prevailed in the end. I hope you'll forgive me for the way I treated you when first you presented yourself at our gate.
No need to apologize, really.
Perhaps there will be no stories told or songs sung of what happened here today. But I'll know the truth. Jonathan Reid, newborn vampire, stepped forward and saved us all.
I'm honored to be part of this city's legend. Thank you, old Bridget. May I ask you just one question?
How could I refuse you anything now? I'll answer just as I answered Lady Ashbury when we met a few nights ago.
Who are you? Really?
I was born with the name Bridget Eleanor Wellington. In 1738, my beloved and immortal husband decided to preserve my beauty and youth forever by making me drink his blood.
You were Lord Redgrave's wife. Then the pompous fool rejected you, did he not?
It was about 200 years ago. Peace found me in time. And I sincerely hope it will find you too, now that all is over.
No, it's not over. I may have ended the vampire epidemic, but I still need answers from the woman I love.
I feared you would say that. Go then, young Ekon, and face your fate. Just remember that I'll always be here for you.
London has been cleansed. This catastrophe came about when an ancient, malignant will crossed paths with mortal imprudence. For now, we are safe. For now. My craving for blood remains. Red like hate, red like hunger. Red as life and death, passing from one immortal to another. From predator to victim. Patiently biding its time to rise again. London has been cleansed for now, but there's a simmering hatred, fear, and old grudges. When will we succumb, mortals and immortals alike? The next disaster is only a matter of time. My only hope now is to catch the woman I love, to understand why she fled, and unmask the secret that has been lurking in her blood for so long. Well, this is it. Lady Ashbury's domain. Why am I not surprised it's not on any maps? I'd better hurry.
Code, righty, welcome to Blood Souls. Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting. I was expecting more than just one round in that final fight. And it worked out well. Because I only decided to get the skill at the start of this stream where you create like shadow mist at the ground, at your feet or your enemy's feet, and when it bursts, it does damage to them. So that worked out well for a bit against Harriet. Gaspar, you think someone should mop the floor? It's a bit wet. Yeah, that was quite the boss fight with all the blood everywhere. Talk about a pile of blood. It reminds me a bit of the movie Blade, how there's a blood god.
Beautiful morn, my child. It looks like dawn is here at long last.
Can't you just leave me alone? Your precious queen has been sent back to the bottomless pit from whence she came. The nightmare is almost over.
I am here to say goodbye. The sun's warmth exhausts me. Soon I will rejoin my queen in her endless sleep. It is over. You did well.
Code, off with her head? Nah, I actually like Lady Ashbury as a character, so definitely didn't want to work towards that. But I can definitely see potential to make her not very happy, depending on your choices.
Why did Harriet Jones become a disaster?
You are the doctor. You hold the knowledge needed to answer such a question. Have you the answer?
I noticed that all the Icors were female, as if a male couldn't endure the metamorphosis. Harriet was also a bitter and resentful woman, as was her daughter.
If the Morrigan prefers despoiled women to become the vessels of her wrath, we should be thankful that but one disaster hath been cast upon this wobbling world.
Hey, Ifrit. That's true, yeah. Yeah, some years I play it more than once a year, but I like to play it at least once a year. Since it came out, I've done that. Code, this kind of reminds... this is kind of like the damned rat plague game, but with blood, or it's transformed into... That's true, Code. And it's interesting you say that too, because the person who did the music for this game also did the music for the Plague Tale games, as well as Assassin's Creed Freedom Cry. Ifrit, it's a great game, nothing wrong with that. It sure is, Ifrit. There's so much stuff that it offers, and also you can come across so much stuff depending on what playthrough you're doing or what kind. You can come across a lot of stuff you might not have noticed before as well.
Icors seem to carry various diseases. They did not merely turn people into skulls. Their presence alone spreads death.
Who knows whether the Red Queen awakens when cursed mortals endure such epidemics, or if the contagions emerge like a curse as she awakes.
So our beloved mother will just go back to sleep, now that enough people have suffered. Is that it?
No, Jonathan. The Morrigan has been appeased because you dared confront her. You have prevailed, my bittersweet champion.
And what are you to her? Her counterpart? Her opponent in some timeless game?
She is my mother. My dreadful and sour-tempered mother. She is yours too, in a way, but you are not born from her terrible womb like me. You are but a distant child.
What does she seek? Revenge? Retribution?
She seeks nothing, since she only dreams of it. In the ancient tongue, when I was young, her name meant Ghostly Queen. Pray she never fully awakens, for her wrath knows no bounds.
This is not over. I am here to find the true origin of the blood of hate.
'Tis unwise to interfere with a tale rooted so deeply in the suffering of others.
What will happen to Ascalon? Will you let them run the country from the shadows?
I don't interfere with petty political intrigues. Ascalon was built upon the lie of a lineage. Such a deceit cannot last forever.
But Lord Redgrave definitely possessed Marshall's blood. Untainted blood from the greatest vampire knight.
Really? I wonder how he managed to acquire it. Perhaps I should retrieve this artifact before going back to sea.
What will become of the vampire hunters?
They will never stop searching for William Marshall, for he escaped their two great hunts. Remember that you too are now on their dark list.
What will become of the Brotherhood?
I foresee trouble for them now that your progeny considers becoming the new primate.
But I'm certain the current primate has no wish to resign.
Exactly. And I am not fully convinced your progeny truly understands what dreadful power he is about to defy.
No. I must know why Elizabeth fled here when I discovered she was the original healthy carrier.
No, she is not what you say she is. That is a secret you will discover soon enough.
And you? Why are you here? Which new thread of which old twisted plan are you seeking to pull now? Tell me the truth.
I am just here to salute my sons, and to bid them fare thee well.
Your sons? Plural? My God, will you ever stop speaking in riddles?
Perhaps I am too old for your spoken language. Perhaps you now have so many subtle words you no longer hear the simplest ones.
Tell me about William Marshall. Why is his blood so strong?
He is not stronger than you, only older. You are strong, Jonathan Reid. A champion of your time, chosen to defeat a threat spawned of this generation.
His blood was not tainted. The blood Lord Redgrave possessed. That which I used in the serum. But what if it had been?
Then you would have failed, I suppose. For the blood of hate would have corrupted you too.
Is he here? Is William Marshall here? Is that why you're here now too?
Have I not already answered that question?
When he fought me, Geoffrey McCullum used a serum made of King Arthur's blood. Since then, I have discovered that it was vampire blood. Whose blood was it?
You just said it. It was the blood of a king. The blood of the champion I chose to save this land in its time of greatest peril.
King Arthur was also your progeny. Why am I not surprised?
Yes, he was. But he failed in the end. And for centuries the land suffered his defeat.
I like that. It's interesting when vampires take figures from history and stuff and change them for their own ends. It reminds me, in the movie Dracula 2000, they actually made it out that Dracula was Judas, the guy who betrayed Jesus. So it's interesting in this game that they chose to make it that King Arthur was actually a vampire.
Who are your sons? Why do you bid them farewell now?
You are my son, as is William Marshall.
So that is all we are to you? Puppets you create to defeat some threat born from a dreaming devil?
No. You are my sons. I am proud of you. I mourn when you fail.
This is madness. How many have you created? Who else? Shakespeare? Isaac Newton? Alfred the Great? Francis Drake? Thomas More? Guy Fawkes?
My progeny is scarce, for I rarely feel the urge to protect this land anymore. But yes, one of those you named is your immortal brother. Maybe you shall meet one night.
I love how he rattled off all these names of famous people. It would have been so funny if they also had him say, Bram Stoker? Is he also one of us?
Speak clearly then, and answer my last question.
What is it?
Did I defeat the epidemic?
Now you've found the castle, Jonathan Reid. Only you can answer that. Farewell, my child. I shall dream about you soon.
Could imagine, yeah. Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper was a vampire.
I cannot enter. The castle walls look decrepit. Maybe I can find a way to sneak in.
We've now found Castlevania. Are these vamps allergic to water, by the way? There's some parts of the game where you can go through the water, but not every time, or in every instance. But it didn't do any damage to him or anything like that. So I don't think they have the rule where vampires can't cross running water and stuff like that. Mary Englewood, born Whitaker, 1534 to 1578. Robin Englewood, 1530 to 1578. Code the greatest fears, doors and rainwater. That's it. Yeah, vampires in this game can't break through gates, apparently. Or burst through wooden doors.
Maybe it's just my imagination, but I think I smell Elizabeth's perfume. She must be here somewhere.
Old letter, London, 4th of August, 1865. Dear Lady Ashbury, thank you for your recent letter and all the good news it contained. I cannot wait to finally meet you when you arrive in London. The garden is beautiful under the summer sky, although I noted your wish to avoid heat and direct sunlight because of your frail health. You're welcome any day. We'll discuss this wonderful idea of yours, cornering concerning the foundation of an orphanage for young ladies inspired by the French Maison Royale de Saint-Louis, sadly closed when the French people chose, my God, I can't even write these words down, to cut their king's head off. Such a place, destined to provide a good education to gifted but poor orphan girls, will surely excite my friends here in the city. You can count on me and my influence to help make your project a huge success. Yours ever sincerely, Countess Alexandra Somerset.
This castle is falling apart.
Picture of Lady Ashbury in Paris, 1888. Portrait of Elizabeth Blackwood by Johannes Vermeer, 1666. Code French Vampire's Nightmares. Crosses made from French bread and garlic butter. Gotta watch out for that garlic butter if you're a vampire. Recent painting, Portrait of Dr. Jonathan Reid by Elizabeth Ashbury, 1980.
Elizabeth, my love, you allow my portrait to watch over you while you sleep. I'm flattered.
Copy of a letter, Ashbury Castle, 21st of September, 1795. Dear Mr. McAllister, as the new legal owner of the Ashbury estate, I intend to quickly engage in the overdue maintenance and repairs of the walls and the crypt of the castle. Among the few architects I invited to send forth proposals, I was most impressed by your respectful approach concerning renovations on historical buildings and their preservation. I would be glad to meet you at your convenience. My only request would be to speak to you directly and not your assistants. Any evening of next month would be agreeable. You may come to the castle, or I can meet you at your office, as you prefer. If you agree to come to the castle, I could show you what kind of repairs and modifications I have in mind concerning the crypt, which may need considerable work and reconstruction. Very sincerely, Lady Ashbury. Dr. Casper, vampires allergic to garlic bread. Well, in stories where the vampires can be hurt or killed by garlic, then I imagine that they would be, yeah. Code just overly dried bread dipped in garlic for usage of steaks, maybe. Yeah, that's a good point too.
Like most castles, this one has a crypt, and it holds something special inside. That sweet fragrance. Elizabeth's perfume. She was here, and recently. What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work.
Old painting, Portrait of Elizabeth and Jacob Blackwood in Versailles, 1788. Recent letter, Dunbarrow Sanatorium, Scotland, 27th of July, 1909. Dear Lady Ashbury, I thank you for your previous letters and ardent discussions about vampire folklore. It's now obvious we share an opinion concerning scientific and modern approach toward the need for blood and the cure of addiction. I must confess I admired your charitable attitude when I met you at the Dunbarrow Sanatorium, and I'm still impressed by your kindness when talking with humble and poor patients. I was delighted to read about the position of administrator at the Pembroke Hospital you financed since its founding. After a few days of deliberation, I'm happy to accept your offer. It will be, for me, an occasion to get back to the busy streets of London after years of public service in the beautiful but far quieter Scotland. I will be glad to meet you there and discuss with you further about immortality, its advantages and disadvantages, and how to enhance your condition. I look forward to our next meeting. Yours sincerely, Dr. Edgar Swansea. Portrait of Lady Ashbury by Vincent van Gogh, 1885.
This painting looks suspicious. This painting looks suspicious.
Which one? There's a few paintings. Am I narrowing it down? This is a strange painting with this, or with that, or with whatever you want to say. Oh, that picture. Oh yeah, it's King Arthur versus Morrigan. Code 1855, Lady Elizabeth and Kilroy Naggins. Kilroy Naggins. Sounds like the parody for a name for a Lord of the Rings parody. Old contract, Inverness, 11th of February 1807. Dear Ms. Ashbury, when we last communicated, you asked for the conveyance of a large coffin from Temple Church, London, to the crypt of the Ashbury Castle in Scotland. I'm happy to report your request has finally been validated. My drivers have been informed that, for security reasons, guards must always protect the coffin. You have hired these individuals who will be waiting for us in London. They have also been informed that under no circumstance should the carriage try to pass a river by boat, but always by road and bridges, for the precious wood and the relics inside the coffin cannot be exposed to humidity and moisture. You'll find a detailed quote for the entire operation attached to this letter. We are ready to go to London as soon as payment is received in full. Very respectfully, Samuel Lewis, independent contractor.
A sword and a moon are the symbols I should look for.
Sword and a moon. And how'd you get that, eh? By exploiting the workers.
One last switch, and... what are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work.
Alright, so that's...
one last switch, and...
so there must be another switch somewhere else. It's like you need to interact with the Nintendo Switch. Is that a moon? No, it's a rose or something. 1, 2, 3. Where's the fourth one? Because this is a rose, not a moon.
Here's another switch. I should keep looking.
Yeah.
One last switch, and...
Sword. Now where's the moon? Here it is. M-O-O-N. That spells moon.
Voila.
The fingernail moon. My name's Tom Cullen. M-O-O-N. That spells Tom Cullen. Ancient Tome, 1217. An angel came to me, blessed be to God. Michael appeared to me last night in all his glory, shaped in glorious blood, to grant me eternal life at the dusk of my life. The apparition was so sublime and terrible that I could not help but lower my head and close my eyes. Struck by the divine gift, I fell to the ground, only to awake the next night. You will serve me as you served your kings, said the angel before striking me with all his power. You will protect this land through the eons to come. For all who knew me, I should now hide and retreat, for they consider me dead. Soon I will leave the company of men to serve my new purpose. Blessed be God. 1350. Michael appeared to me last night in my retreat under Temple Church and asked me to prepare for battle. The land must be saved. Death is everywhere. The Black Death, an epidemic sent by the devil himself to punish mortals all over the world. My arm is strong. In the name of God I shall smite the enemies of mankind. England shall prevail. 1569. It is almost 20 years since my fight started against the devil, and the end is uncertain. From time to time, the plague, the Black Death, reappears in a village, in a town, and each time the vicious minions of hell approach to get their share of the mortal suffering. Vampires. Dreadful creatures. I won't let this land collapse. Until my last breath, I'll serve and protect England. 1578. Tonight, in the small village of Hoddesdon, I met the most delicate soul I've seen for a long time. She was singing for the dead, singing for those she knew and loved, those killed by a new plague outbreak. Without fearing for her own life, her voice moved me, so I chose to let her live. I offered her eternal life as a reward for her virtue and most pious attitude. Her name is Elizabeth Englewood. I'm not alone anymore. Together we shall praise God in all his glory for the eons to come. 1618. My heart is breaking. My soul is bleeding. Tonight my dear Elizabeth left me. I have taught her all I knew, all she needed to know. Now she must walk her own path through the ages. This is her wish, and I will respect it. Elizabeth Englewood, my sweet daughter, is gone, for she now wants to be known as Elizabeth Blackwood. I made her a promise. If she ever comes back to Hoddesdon, she will find me there, managing the Bull Inn her parents owned before dying. William Marshall shall disappear for a few times too, now that the Black Death is no more. Until we meet again, I shall be known as William Thorne, waiting for my angel to come back. 1665. The devil is at work again. The Great Plague is back, reaping thousands of lives in London. I must sell the Bull Inn and go there once more. William Marshall shall protect the land. 1666. What have I done? I let the devil infect me. God forgive me. The terrifying creature I had to defeat was a demon straight from hell, an abomination of the flesh, a walking apocalypse. I had to trap the dreadful creature in St. Paul's Church and set the building on fire. Without the advice of Michael, I don't know if I could have defeated my enemy. The flames cleansed the city of the demon's presence, but half of London burnt down. Ever since I have dreamt of a red flood, of slaughter and rage. It's like the disaster had tainted my blood, my very soul. For the first... The game does that sometimes. If you don't press anything, it just goes to the option menu. I don't know if I could have defeated my enemy. The flames cleansed the city of the demon's presence, but half of London burnt down. Ever since I've dreamed of a red flood, of slaughter and rage. It's like the disaster had tainted my blood, my very soul. For the first time in centuries, I am afraid. I shall crawl back to my retreat and pray to God for mercy for my infected soul. 1667. Elizabeth came to me. She said she felt my pain and rushed to save me. My poor daughter, blinded by rage, intoxicated by the blood of hate, I bit her. She fled, shocked by my betrayal. I laughed and cried as she cursed me. God, have I betrayed you? Have you abandoned me? 1712. My prayers have been heard. I have found the strength to resist the need for blood, the never-ending hunger. My poor Elizabeth, will you ever forgive me? I've heard you now kill and take pleasure in bloodbath with this new progeny of yours. You're a victim in all this. What have I done? I swear I will find a way to make amends for what I have done to you. I swear I shall only rest once I know how to appease the blood of hate. 1785. The Brotherhood of the St. Paul's Stole finally agreed to meet me in London. They proposed to meet inside the new Cathedral of St. Paul. I like the wit and solemnity of these men. What a symbol, to choose the place where I defeated this disaster, but also the place where I fell. I agreed to their proposition. There, in the sacred silence of the church and under the eye of God, they respectfully listened to me. They acknowledged my victory against this evil creature, the Dos Astro, the eater of stars, who only wished to spread death and pestilence all around her. Since they acknowledged my will to save London in 1666, they heard my request, my burning desire to stop the blood of hate. Their primate promised to come back to me with an answer. The primate of St. Paul wrote back to me with just a name, the Tear of Angels. According to him, this ancient artifact could heal anything, cleanse any blackened soul, and purify my blood. Blessed be the Lord, it took me more than 100 years to find a cure for the blood of hate, but I may finally have found it. Soon the rage shall end. Soon I may repair the wrong I did and cleanse my failures. Now all I need to do is retrieve the necessary ingredients to create the artifact. Blood of the purest heart mixed with the blood of a king. To find such rare ingredients is not what worries me the most, for time is on my side. It's the last part that worries me, pure essence of garlic. I'm afraid it will literally hurt like hell when I drink the antidote, but if that's the price to pay to cleanse my soul and correct my mistakes, I am ready to endure this excruciating pain. 1786. I finally managed to gather all the ingredients needed to concoct the Tear of Angels. Blood of the purest heart for the fortitude, blood of a king for courage, garlic essence for the painful cleansing. After months of impatience, almost made mad by the hunger, I waited again and again, until finally Elizabeth cautiously came to me. As promised, I had chained myself to be sure I would not attack her again. I did not recognize my sweet daughter at first, for she only was Lady Blackwood now, the dreadful mistress of the dark who took delight in slaughter and carnage in France. She smirked as I apologized and cried for what I inflicted to her. She shouted at me when I tried to explain to her that my bite had infected her. Oh, come on, game, Jesus Christ. Had given her the blood of hate, now burning in her veins, in her soul. I told her I had found a cure, and that I had managed to create one dose of antidote. I gave it to her, to give her back her previous peaceful life. In exchange, I only asked her to take care of me, for I intended to be locked down in my tomb, chained if necessary, to impeach me from feeding on any mortal or immortal. She reluctantly took the Tear of Angels and left. I hope to see her again soon, cured and at peace. 1794. She came back to me finally, cured, healthy, joyful, my Elizabeth. She told me she had drunk the antidote about a year ago in France, after witnessing and taking part in the massacre of an entire orphanage caused by the blood of hate. That's when the Lady Blackwood died, she said. She promised she would take care of me now. That's all I ask, as I repent for all the murdered souls caused by my negligence of more than 100 years. 1795. My dearest daughter came back last week to tell me the good news. She has recently bought a castle in Scotland. She will soon finance the renovation of the castle crypt to provide me a new retreat, far from temptation, far from the noisy, crowded cities. I can't wait to embrace the solitude, find the peace I need to refrain from killing. God, please give me the strength to resist the urges during the journey from London to my new domain. Before I leave, I should give a copy of these memoirs to the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, without the most shameful and sensible information, of course. Soon I shall leave London to pursue my penance. There I shall find peace at last, with the support of my resuscitated Elizabeth. And there we go. The novel has been read.
Drop your... You have nothing to be afraid of.
Shall we abandon this, then? Shall we lower our heads?
No. Never. You taught me that.
Blood is approaching. Old but young. How strange. Shall I drink it? Smite it?
No, Father. He is a friend. Please, rest. I'll take care of it.
Caution, Elizabeth. Deceit runs through these veins.
I know, Father. What took you so long, Jonathan?
Is this really him?
Yes. This is William Marshall, 1st Earl of Pembroke, servant of 5 mortal kings, former regent and savior of England. The greatest knight who ever lived, according to some.
And you called him father?
For he gave me eternal life, and much more.
I have so many questions, Elizabeth.
You always had questions, Dr. Reid.
Now that I stand before you both, in this vault, I know not where to begin.
We still have a few minutes left.
Where are we? What is this place?
This is the Ashbury estate. I inherited the title when I purchased the castle.
Is this your retreat? Something of a secret place?
It's more of a sanctuary, really. This is where I take care of my father. Ever since he became unwell.
Are you not afraid someone might discover you here? It's not that hard to find.
Do not assume that I would hesitate to silence anyone who tried to reveal my secret. Fortunately, it has rarely come to that.
Why did you flee here?
When you told me I was the healthy carrier, I had nowhere else to go.
You mean you had to return to the real source of this scourge?
Yes, to end it, once and for all.
Will you go back to London?
No, Jonathan. I do not intend to.
And what of your daughter?
Charlotte is a strong, independent woman who's about to come into money. I took care of everything. Now it's time for her to shape her future.
I have destroyed the disaster, this creature that Harriet Jones had become. The epidemic is no more, and London will recover. In time.
Yes. You did well, Jonathan. You truly saved the city.
Yes, we did. Despite all obstacles. I'm truly convinced we did it together, Elizabeth.
I cannot bear knowing I was the cause of all this. Through the use of my own blood.
No. This catastrophe was the result of unethical experimentation. And the will of a creature so inexplicably evil, she exceeds all the terrible wonders I have seen since my death.
But it was my blood all along. My corrupted blood of hate. The poisoned blood of my father. A healthy carrier. That's all I am.
Why are you hiding William Marshall here?
How could I not take care of him? He sacrificed himself by giving me the only dose of antidote he had.
He gave you the antidote?
Yes. And in doing so, he knew he'd have to be confined here. And yet he volunteered. That's how great a man William Marshall was. And still is.
What do you do for him?
I visit him as often as possible. I paint the landscapes he will never see again. I feed him with my blood.
You feed him? You barely sustain yourself on the weak blood of the dying, yet you give him your blood?
After he saved me from the blood rage, I swore I would never kill to feed. He said the same.
Is he dangerous?
What do you think? He is a thirsty Ekon, who has not fed in centuries. An elder vampire, driven by an urge to kill and spread the blood of hate.
No redemption, then?
And yet he thinks he has been offered immortality by the angels to protect the feeble and to smite the unholy.
Can he communicate?
Yes. Sometimes he even seems like the noble knight who saved and raised me. But you know, the malice never fully leaves his eyes.
We could cure him.
It's too late. The blood of hate has run for too long. The antidote would not work on him. I tried. Believe me, I tried.
William Marshall infected you. He is the true, original carrier.
Yes. But he saved me by sacrificing himself.
Saved you? How?
The tears of angels. The cleansing of impure blood by an older, more powerful blood. It worked on me, did it not?
Yes. Blood is the definitive key to our species. Scowls, cleansing, lineage. Do you really think it worked?
It has, Jonathan. I was nothing but a beast who took pleasure in slaughter. I roamed across Europe, reaping my bloody crop. It was the blood of hate. But my father's antidote cured me.
How did you meet William Marshall?
He was an Ekon for centuries when he found me. He saved me from certain death by making me his progeny.
Why did he choose you?
You should ask him that.
Did you ever blame him?
Not even when he was infected and bit me. He is my father. He raised me. He taught me how to behave.
Who are you, really?
How could I answer that? I went through many lives and identities to reach this day. To you, I am Elizabeth Ashbury, and that's all I wish to be.
I understand. And I respect your desire for privacy.
Thank you, Jonathan.
What about us?
What do you mean?
You know my feelings towards you, Elizabeth. But you left without a word. So I'm worried about your feelings towards me.
I love you, Jonathan. I've loved you since the moment I saw you rescue poor Mr. Hampton in that filthy slaughterhouse. Forgetting the danger as you turned your back, like the newborn fool you were.
You should have told me.
No, Jonathan. The William Marshall myth lies at the heart of so many hostile plans. I could not risk jeopardizing his safety.
So why did you come here? You knew I would follow you. I can't let you go.
Because I know now the blood of hate is still in my veins. No one but I can put an end to this tragedy.
I can help you. You can trust me, Elizabeth.
I know, Jonathan. You have been the most loyal ally these last few weeks. But this is my duty.
Would your protege agree to speak with me? I have so many questions for him.
Go on, Jonathan. But be careful.
Yes?
Sir William. My God. You really are William Marshall. You served Richard the Lionheart and his brother, King John. It is such a privilege to meet you.
I did in my day. Come closer if you want to speak. For my hearing isn't what it used to be.
I think your hearing is fine, sir.
What is it you want, then?
Nice trick.
I found and defeated the disaster that was threatening to smite London. You should know that the city is safe for now, Sir William.
Then may I call you brother? Did you resist its poison? Even a scratch from a beast so evil could endanger you and all those you care for.
Exactly, Code. What big teeth you have. Yeah.
You also defeated one in 1666. Who was it?
She was a malicious witch who spread plague throughout the city with her army of rats. She had been hiding in a bakery in Pudding Lane for months when I finally found her.
How did you defeat it?
We fought for hours. In the end, I had to lock her in St. Paul's Cathedral and burn the building down. I wanted to be sure she was destroyed.
I found your research on the antidote. The tears of the angels. What ingredients did you use?
Once I understood what the ingredients were, I used the tears of King Richard and the pure blood of the valiant Boadicea.
King Richard and Boadicea? How did you find such relics?
It took me many years to locate their hiding place. Then I had to learn the formula. If I recall, it belonged to an ancient brotherhood. The Order of St. Paul, I believe.
And did it work?
Yes. The tears cleansed my poor Elizabeth's blackened heart. It was such a blessing to see her smile again.
The blood of hate. How does it affect you? Do you feel it now?
The blood of hate? Yes. Nothing more than a sneeze, really. A sneeze held for so long, you could blow a fortress down if you released it.
Can we speak about the Morrigan?
The Red Queen. What of her?
You met her, did you not?
Just once. But she never ceased to sing to me. I love her song. It is a song of blood and war. I only wish she would sometimes let me rest.
Do you know who she is?
I don't want to discuss this in front of my sweet Elizabeth.
Why?
For a time, she too could hear the Red Song. The steps she danced to its melody brought pain upon the world.
I would like to ask you about vampires.
Vampires? What about them?
Considering your experience, please tell me what you know.
They are terrible creatures. I have seen and fought many in my time. Foul temptresses with sharp claws and shrieking beaks.
I have never seen such a creature. What are you talking about?
Of course you've never seen a creature like them. Vampires are deadly, swift and implacable.
Where did you encounter such creatures?
The last time I saw one was in a Celtic temple near Salisbury. A terrible and god-forsaken place full of ghosts and pestilence.
Do you remember Myrddin, your maker?
Only God is my maker, for he created everything on this earth. He blessed me with eternal life through his archangel, Michael.
But Myrddin, Michael, is a vampire. He made you a blood-sucking creature of the night.
Blood, yes. I used to drink it from the throats of the unworthy. Then I was punished for my deceit. During my penance, I rely entirely upon my sweet Elizabeth.
Tell me about Elizabeth. How was she infected?
I do not wish to discuss it.
Please, Sir William. I need to know what the blood of hate is. How is it transmitted?
After defeating the disaster in St. Paul's Cathedral, I returned to my retreat, infected. This is where my sweet Elizabeth found me, for she heard my pain from across the sea.
Hey there, Rosie. It's not, no. We know who it is, but it's not this guy. We're actually in the epilogue now.
Where is this retreat you mentioned?
In London, under Temple Church, beneath my empty tomb. I always loved to sleep there while listening to the bell above.
Rosie, so who was it? It was this entity that was completely blood. It had horns and spoke to Jonathan, the main character, from time to time.
What happened then?
The blood of hate had twisted me into a rage-filled man. I attacked my progeny and infected her too. Forgive me, Elizabeth. I failed you.
You bit her again? Is that how she was infected with the disaster's blood? I think I understand now.
Elizabeth fled, and I fell to my knees, begging for forgiveness. I swore I would find a way to make things right.
How did you meet Elizabeth?
Times were tough. I had awakened to protect the land from a new plague. I heard her sing for her dead family. Singing for her death to come. I chose to save her.
When was that?
It was so long ago. A few years after Elizabeth of England and Catherine of France established their alliance against Spain.
What did you do?
I raised her as my progeny. After she left to see the world, I rebuilt her deceased parents' inn. Owned it as William Thorne for a time. Those were good years.
Did you really sacrifice yourself to save her?
That was the only righteous path. The blood of hate made me betray her. I am at peace here. I can think about what I've done and how I failed.
Do you not want to be cured?
No. This hunger is mine. I would feel empty without it. It has been part of me for so long. All I want is quiet. Silence.
You agreed to be confined here, then?
Yes. Once I was sure she was cured, I asked to be locked down here. I deserve it. The world needs it.
We could set you free. Let you out. Isn't that what you want?
I pray for the day I'll see the sky again. I have all but forgotten its colors. I could walk and do so many things beneath the stars. But I doubt it will be wise to release me.
Then will you stay here and repent?
Elizabeth told me it will not be long now. I cannot wait to feel the sweet caress of her hand on my cheek after so long, as she releases me. Has the time come?
Yes, Father.
Why not unleash me then? To see the sky a final time?
You already are the sky, and all its stars.
I'm not defeated, for I welcome the sword you bear, for it is mine.
You were never defeated, my lord. Farewell, Father. And to you also, Jonathan.
What do you mean?
I can't stand what I've become. This healthy carrier, as you put it. The flames will purify the poison that runs in my veins.
No! I won't allow this to happen.
I am death, Jonathan. Wherever I go, I can't stand it.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reid, champion of Myrddin, chosen to save England from the vampire epidemic. I could cure you.
What do you mean?
We are creatures of blood, Elizabeth. Everything about us is in our blood. With time, I could perfect the antidote William Marshall gave you. Trust me, for time is on our side.
That is a risk I cannot take, Jonathan. I won't bring another such disaster into this world.
Elizabeth, no. Trust me. I can save you.
How could I trust you, Jonathan? Have you not betrayed me?
I had choices to make.
I forgive you, and that is my choice.
Elizabeth, I love you.
Then let me go now.
Wait! No!
One prayer for the summoned, called by this song. Child born from darkness, whose path he must find. Now the song is sung, and your path chosen. England is safe, but the cost was dire. Blood and tears, both parched by cleansing flames. You've lost your way, my champion bittersweet. I am moved to pity, as I feel your rampant rage void of purpose or meaning. My queen sleeps once again, and I'll soon join her slumber, until alas she rises, woken by the hunger never fed.
Okay, so having a look, we got the sad ending. Interesting though. What this site says related to why she says that we betrayed her, it doesn't make sense. Because none of what they describe is what happened. Because we didn't turn Aloysius into a vampire. We actually killed him. Elizabeth didn't want him to become a vampire. It does say you must also kill many citizens, or the pillars of each district, and turn a district hostile. Well, I did kill citizens, but define many. Like, is many 3? Is many 10? Because overall, I didn't really kill many characters in this game. I'll check another website. I'll check the Vampire Wiki. bad endings. Okay, so there's 2 bad endings. I got the first bad ending. The conditions for this ending to be met are drinking from a large amount of citizens, sacrificing at least 1 district. Well, something I didn't actually check before, because I hadn't, for hours, or a couple of hours, hadn't checked, was the district. Maybe there was 1 district that I sacrificed. But yeah, drinking from a large amount of citizens. But yeah, I didn't I don't know. Code, probably another script issue on the quest chains. Many, 3+, because you could blind guess. It's also so effing vague for the positive endings, or you have to follow a literal Bible. Yeah, I think that's probably it. I mean, the first good ending: mesmerize Dorothy, give blood to Sean, let Aloysius Dawson die by mesmerizing him, sparing Jeffrey McCullum, letting Edgar Swansea die, not drinking blood from any citizens unless the difficulty is set to story mode. Alright, so the second good ending: only drinking from a few citizens, not letting any districts collapse. Bad ending, the one that I got: drinking from a large amount of citizens, sacrificing at least 1 district. And the second bad ending is all districts must collapse and drink at every opportunity and turn Jeffrey McCullum into a vampire. Hey there, Viper. Welcome back. You're dead tired, are you? Well, I hope you can get some good rest later. I just finished the game. Got the... Well, there's 4 endings in total. 2 good, 2 bad. I got the first bad ending, so the third ending. But I will play this game again in the future, so what I'll do is take note of what ending I actually got. Thanks, Viper, yeah. Plus I would do a different approach with what weapons I use and stuff too. Code, on some games the script chains bug out to a point that it's like the programmer's got an aneurysm or something at one point to this and this to happen. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, like keeping track of that stuff. Especially when you're doing games that have like decision trees that the player navigates through. And remembering which combinations and making sure that they actually program to follow the route that matches, things like the text on the screen and things. So that if someone chooses a certain dialogue option, it doesn't think the character's chosen or the player's chosen an opposite one. Ameo Prod Incorporated. Composer Olivier de Rivière. Great composer. Okay, so I was going to take a break between finishing this and starting the next game. I'll just skip the credits. Doesn't seem there's like an after credits thing. And let's see when the save was made. Healthy Carrier. Last save, 2047. That was a while ago. So there we go. That is the end of my first ever playthrough of Vampyr. I'll definitely play it again in the future. I've taken note for my own records of what ending I got, so that I know what endings to go for in future playthroughs. I enjoyed it. There were still some parts of the gameplay that were annoying, but it also probably depends on what decisions you make in terms of like what weapons you use, what tactics, what abilities you unlock, and all that kind of stuff. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really do appreciate it. So this was my Monday to Friday game, and now that I've finished it, the next Monday to Friday game will be Call of Cthulhu. Having said that though, next Wednesday, the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2 and 3 will come out. So technically, Call of Cthulhu is my... well, it's still Thursday here, so it'd be Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. But I'll probably finish it before then and have to think of another game to do before Wednesday. But in any case, this is where I'm going to end the stream for Vampyr. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. And I'm going to go and take a break for about 10 minutes. And I'll be back with Call of Cthulhu to start my playthrough. And I'll mention what I'm actually doing in it at the start of that stream. Thanks everyone for watching. Catch you next time. I'll be back in 10 minutes with Call of Cthulhu.